Alright, welcome to the last Seifer Open of the season of Seifer, the 5th one. And in round 1 today, we have Sunekichi versus Dilgarno. I believe Dilgarno actually won the last Open, if I remember correctly. And Sunekichi has won several before that, so without further ado, let's hop right into the games. And we'll start talking about them sort of as the players are setting up. So I want to ask Skorch, and I'm obviously joined by Skorch13 today. Sorry. What are we gonna see today? What color are we gonna see today? Do you think?
I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised to still see quite a bit of blue, even with Banquet being nerfed. Just the 1/1 stat doesn't really affect it as much because you still have it kind of growing out of control sometimes. But I mean, as we open into the lineups of both these players, seeing a lot of red. Of course, another very big point being that Underground boss got +1 life back. You don't have quite the same synergies as it used to be way back because Gift of Steel is now for Faeria, but nice to see that little buff and potentially red combat coming back in.
Oh, you want to see red combat again? What the heck? Nah, I thought about that, last night. The sort of rebirth of red in the wake of Blue Reaver, and now that Steve is kind of nerfed a little bit. Well, Steve is nerfed. Blue doesn't really have that hard finisher. Like, you still have the Reaver, right, and you still have all this little damage you can do, but it doesn't feel the same without Steve. It never does. But I think that's going to be a really big kind of handicap for blue and moving forward, and I think red is going to start to sort of pick up some steam, or speed rather.
Yeah, I mean, red in the past had been a counter to blue, whether it was more of the swarm style red had AoE, or if it was Reaver, like you're saying, you were able to get some of that ping damage in and really threaten ending the game when they got lower and lower with Forbidden Library. But here we actually see, looks like mono yellow's coming out from both players, more of a control variant potentially from Sunekichi, and of course the Mistral Guide, although it does look a little slower with Imperial Drake in there, so potentially just a yellow flyer is coming out from Dilgarno. Yeah,
I think we see Flash Salmon a lot because players have kind of realized that it's a great way to just deal 1 damage to pretty much anything on the board, and it doesn't cost much, and if you need to cycle it, you can. So it's a really unique kind of double tool in one list. But yeah, it looks like just traditional yellow flyers or mobility from Dilgarno, and maybe the same thing from Sunekichi, but we don't usually see the air elemental in flyers, do we?
Not too often. Usually something like yellow flyers, you can run it if you're running the Windborn Champion, because you need to eventually get up to 5 deserts. Does help for things like the Spirit Theft as well on 4 lands, but usually something like yellow flyers, it only goes to 3, and then it can play anything in the deck until it needs some of those bigger requirements, and you just draw and try to control the board that way. So air elemental may be just a 1, potentially 2 of in the deck, just to accelerate towards those higher land requirements.
Definitely an interesting choice, to say the least, but Kaleem probably going to be set up into double collection. See how Dilgarno wants to make his lands moving forward. Now, I think he has the option of just building his lands on the well or going right, but I would imagine that going left and just staying on the left side is probably better, right?
Yeah, I think potentially whatever we see come down will probably be just right in front of the orb here for Dilgarno. A lot of creatures have that mobility. You can maybe set up a good Mistral Guide, but you really want to play away from wherever Sunekichi's reach is. Try to play around if there is potential movement plays coming out and kind of force your opponent to just have that card. But Sunekichi with a really great start here. Air Elemental contests the left side really well, and if Kaleem is left alone, he just generates so much value double collecting on the right, so you do eventually have to go deal with that.
I would think, Drake Rider comes down in the middle, like you were saying, in front of Dilgarno's orb. And I mean, does that really get punished? Like, I guess it kind of does with mobility, right? Because Drake Rider gets thefted. You don't really want to play into that, but I don't know. This is a tough turn for Dilgarno.
If you play the Drake Rider there, though, you're expecting that your opponent then, out of 3 cards in hand, has to have Flashwind or Fanatic for movement and the Spirit Theft, and that's going to be most of their Faeria, so they can't then play the Drake Rider as well. But you just need a lot of setup pieces to that, so potentially is something that you could play into, because if your opponent has the answer, so be it. They used so much to actually do that.
Right. See the second air elemental picked up. A little bit strange. You know, like I said, seeing the air elemental, and there's the champion, as you said earlier. But, I mean, we've seen champions run without air elemental just fine, right? I mean, sure, it comes out, you know, turn 5, but is it really that big of a deal to have champion, like, 2 turns earlier? Like, will you even have the Faeria to play it or to do anything with it yet?
Yeah, exactly. You kind of do need it later in the game for movement. If you are able to play it on turn 5, but you don't have any good movement plays, there's not really a point to having it. So, kind of like I alluded to earlier, Sunekichi is set up to that 3 desert point that's kind of just the natural where yellow wants to get to, and then he starts drawing. So, potentially if he's going to just wait this turn, he can go air elemental and still hit Windborn Champion on the following turn.
Yeah, I do not hate just air elemental. Probably on the right, do you think? Or do you want to? Do you think I would think on the right, maybe to sort of reinforce collection on the right side.
I to be honest, in this turn, think Sunekichi doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's also an option. I mean, you don't have to play the air elemental, like, you know, you don't want to be handicapping yourself, but he takes the that's interesting on the right with the Kaleem. I mean, I guess it still hits the 5/3 or the 4/4 or the other 5/3 if you do draw mobility. It's just in a weirder way, right?
Yeah, it is kind of an awkward setup.
But you usually don't see players move their charge 2 creatures inside of the wells. But we'll see if he has something to do with this. Dilgarno seems perfectly happy with just sitting back and waiting to draw something offensive. So he is taking a breath of relief that Sunekichi did not start swinging this turn.
Yeah, both mirror matchups like this with yellow flyers, both players can tend to play a little more conservative at the beginning, just because you're waiting for one player to essentially get the first movement trick and make the first play. That's kind of just the way that it ends up being. Whoever gets that first value trade can then start to snowball a bit of an advantage, but until we actually see one player make that move, it really just ends up in the stalemate position. And interestingly enough, a forest coming out from Dilgarno.
Oh, I think I've actually seen this list played from him. This is his I think it's a little bit edited. I don't remember Flash Salmon or Drake Rider, but this is his yellow green with swordfish and buffs, I believe. I could be wrong. We haven't seen any buffs or any green cards, but I would imagine that he at least is running swordfish and probably the Sky Captain as well. But
yeah, swordfish definitely a big card that can fit really well. It has flying, really good stats for the 5 Faeria that it costs. Really interesting that Dilgarno goes for it there, though, because you're then showing to your opponent, you know, the green is coming. Now, of course, we see that in the
deck list, yeah.
The deck lists as well, that there is green, but just the fact that you kind of reveal that early on before you even have the card in hand can sometimes tip your opponent off to what potentially is coming. Here, I think Dilgarno's setting it up because then he can draw on his next turn with the power wheel, and if he draws into swordfish, he can then have the ability to play it. Doesn't have to worry about drawing what ends up being a dead card.
Yeah, I get, you know, setting up lands early is always tricky. I mean, you always generally want to be drawing or +1ing, but you know, especially later in the game. But yeah, like you said, kind of revealing that that's where he wants to play his forest, and it wasn't. I mean, I suppose it's in a decent position, but Dilgarno is doing well to recognize that movement tricks are going to be popular in this matchup, and they're probably what is going to win the match. So he's playing conservatively. He's going to try to protect the creatures that he does play defensively to the best of his ability and go from there, I think. Unfortunately, he did not draw his Sky Captain quite early enough, so it might actually be a little bit too late to start getting value from that, but we will see.
Yeah, coming down here, you can't really put it in a protected enough position. There's a lot of movement available, especially onto the right side right now for Sunekichi. If he picks up anything else that gives him extra range, there's just no way you can protect the Sky Captain and actually get value out of it. So potentially we just see Dilgarno, like he is, just moving back again, playing that conservatively until he finds whatever the option is to get a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think Dilgarno just passes here. I don't think he'd do anything. I mean, you could play the Flash Salmon if you want, but I mean, if he, I don't know what Dilgarno draws into. You know, I mean, even the Swordfish needs a buff with the Sky Captain, you know, to be able to clear the 5/5. So
just slowly starting to get this advantage for Sunekichi right now.
Oh, that Chokustan is going to punish that 2/4, I think.
Yeah, it does look pretty good to go for. I mean, Sunekichi right now controls all 4 wells, really.
Yeah.
Dilgarno is able to collect next turn, but if Sunekichi goes for the Choking Sand and even just trades off the champion into the Emissary there, he then has Kaleem double collecting in a more protected position on the right. He has 2 creatures that threaten moving up the board on the left. You still have more removal in hand, and that collection actually gets you to the point of being able to play Emissary as a backup as well. So Sunekichi just continuing to put the pressure on if he wants to actually start pushing it now.
Yeah, I really do like, I mean, even just choking sands and do nothing. I mean, like trading the 5/5 into the 5/3, sure you stop collection, but that's a 2 Faeria trade, and I'm sure that Dilgarno would love to see that gone. So I think that if anything, yeah, you just reposition and just wait and just chill. You sit back. Yeah, I think this is great from Sunekichi, just completely pouncing on Dilgarno here, but yes, very nicely done. Kind of getting the Kaleem out of that awkward position and getting that champion into a beautiful central tile to pretty much go wherever he wants if he draws a movement trick.
Yeah, exactly. This line from Sunekichi, even though it does look very defensive, moving your creatures back towards your own orb, this does set up the most potential options for him on the following turn, just because of the extra movement that each of these creatures have. Could be an argument to be made for actually keeping the champion on the desert to the right, directly beside Kaleem, just because then it can potentially hit the orb as well as hitting either of those creatures that exist, or then moving over to the left, whereas this one actually only has one aggressive line where it can only hit whatever creature is directly in front of the orb or hit the orb if that creature is gone. But still just sets up a ton of options for Sunekichi coming up here.
Yeah. I mean, I like it being in the middle tile a little bit more. I mean, you have the option to kind of go double collect nicely if you draw a movement trick, like theoretically, right? But maybe soon, I don't know what Sunekichi, I think he was kind of expecting a little bit more from Dilgarno this turn, so maybe he just didn't want to, you know, like, it was pretty obvious that Dilgarno was going to protect his face. Like, you don't want to leave your face open to 5 damage with a movement trick. So I think Sunekichi just bypassed that and just played how he was going to, he played a versatile move. So we see the movement trick picked up now, if that makes any sense. He kind of just repositioned it centrally and, you know, in a little bit of a better spot than to the one to the right. But,
yeah, I know exactly what you're saying there.
Sure.
And now it actually does end up rewarding him because the last nightmare can come down and the champion can actually now reach the guide on the right. Kaleem bumps up and this is going to be game over, I think. There's no way that Dilgarno can come back when Sunekichi has this much creature control onto the board, as well as the just amount of Faeria that he's gathered over Dilgarno in this game.
And Sunekichi handily takes down Dilgarno. These players are ready to hop into the second one. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much to say about, you know, the yellow versus yellow matchup. There is some variance in what players draw and like what players run. Like, I think we saw Kaleem in the last game, and I don't think we saw Kaleem for Dilgarno, but
potentially just didn't get deep enough into the deck to see it. Exactly. But just kind of even on the topic of Kaleem, we haven't seen Kaleem played in actually quite a little bit, just because for so long in Yellow Flyers, the Manta Rider was sitting in that exact same 5 Faeria, 3 deserts, just outperformed Kaleem for so long, and you also had things like Champion in the list. You couldn't really afford to play that one extra really expensive creature. So it's interesting to see Kaleem actually coming back into a deck like this.
Right, Kaleem is like the old Manta Rider, like you said, so, you know, Yellow needs those bodies. That's so important for Yellow, and we saw Dilgarno trying to supplement, you know, the lack of real stats that Yellow has with his Swordfish. And generally Yellow doesn't have that great stat. You know, like, you have the champions, and that's about it. Sometimes you have Colossus, but even that, you know, it's the mobility and the fact that Yellow can pretty much go wherever it wants on the board with movement tricks, and that's what makes Yellow strong. Not its stats necessarily. If you wanted stats, you play green, but I think that's part of a reason that Kaleem is back over Manta Rider, you know, because Yellow players kind of prioritize mobility over everything else. So should be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. That's historically how a Yellow Flyers deck has always operated. Right. What we're seeing here is going to probably be this Drake Rider go to the left side for Sunekichi because Dilgarno's pushing up the right, and that Drake Rider, even though it potentially doesn't get its corrupt proc off at any point, double collection can win Sunekichi the game. It gives him enough resources early on to be able to play more creatures and actually keep up with what Dilgarno plays onto the right, and that's just the way that Yellow likes to snowball games.
Yeah. Oh, that was surprising.
Very heads up, actually, by the way, from Dilgarno there. Because of the way that he placed his forest on that inside tile, Sunekichi couldn't actually go for moving the Drake Rider up and getting that corrupt proc off on that turn. Very heads up with the land positioning. Sure. Yeah,
Dilgarno was literally playing around the movement trick with his lands. You know, not only is he defending his, you know, Bone Collector and setting up a decent Salamander tile, but he's also actively defending against the corruption for Drake Rider, not giving Sunekichi any extra value out of that. And I don't hate going to the left with Drake Rider to double collect, but I mean, you have the emissary, so, you know, why not just play that and go aggress with your Drake Rider? So I do like the aggressive line from Sunekichi. I do like how he didn't just sit back and wait. And we see Dilgarno, like, we see the only 2 tiles that Drake Rider could theoretically proc on, even with a movement trick here, and still have good value, would be the one in front of Dilgarno's face and the one at his orb. And Dilgarno has left those 2 open. He's almost inviting the Drake Rider to come hit face or come collect, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Most of the time you see players actually defend that space, so the Drake Rider couldn't go up and actually collect off the well. If it wants to go up and make a trade, it has to do that and not collect. But we see Dilgarno opened it up that way because he had defended against the corrupt charge.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you're trying to figure out how to play against Yellow Flyers, building your lands correctly is a huge part of that. I mean, if you're, building double neutrals all over the place, and they play a Drake Rider or they play anything that can corrupt, they will just step on it. So definitely when you see Yellow Flyers, you have to imagine that Drake Rider is coming. And I mean, +2/+2 is a lot of value. That's decent stats. So definitely watch out for that in the future. But Dilgarno ready to start aggressing down the board. Does end up making that land. Oh boy.
See a big Salamander buff coming through here. Kind of surprised Dilgarno didn't go for the Firebomb there when you can actually still deny that corrupt charge. Potentially in this situation, you would actually get punished here if Sunekichi had a Last Nightmare. It can kill the 7/7 Explorer right in front, and then the Drake Rider can move on to that space, get the corrupt charge, potentially kill the Salamander or the Bone Collector. Preferably the Bone Collector if you have the extra ability, just to get that off the board before it starts really snowballing. So even though there is a lot of value generated by this Salamander, I think the Firebomb not going for the Firebomb potentially could have got punished here, but Sunekichi just doesn't have the answer right now.
Yeah, if Sunekichi would have had Nightmare right now, I think that he would be in absolute control of this game. I mean, you kill the 7/7, you kill the Bone Collector, and I think that you're good. Like, I think that would be, a beautiful line. And I think Sunekichi is debating whether or not he wants to draw for it, or if he wants to possibly make another land and try to go in with Champion.
Yeah, it's really tough right now because if Sunekichi goes for the draw and doesn't play the desert for a champion, and then you don't draw into something like a Last Nightmare, you really don't have a great play in behind that. So he does go for all of this movement, does develop the extra desert for the champion, and play the emissary as well. It was just, if it didn't pan out the right way, I think Sunekichi just didn't have a great line as the backup. So he just goes for, okay, this is the best play that I have, and push some damage, put more creatures onto the board.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight why yellow is good right now. Because you see all these, 5/3s and, 5/5s. And you look at Dilgarno's board, and he has, 2 7/7s for very cheap, mind you, for a 7/7. But what Sunekichi just did is he used yellow's mobility to its absolute fullest potential. Double Flash Wind with the champion. He went in, corrupted his Drake Rider, hit face, played a land, played another creature. He's still double collecting. What Sunekichi did is he literally shifted the entire board to the left. He saw that Dilgarno was defending the right side. He saw Dilgarno was defending the Bone Collector. Sunekichi says, you know what? I'm just going to go in anyways. And he just goes on the left side of the board. Obviously, his lands were there, but the Drake Rider was on the right well, and now it hit the left side of Dilgarno's face. So if anything, this game really highlights why yellow is good right now, and why it always has been good. It's ability to move around the board quickly and efficiently. So I think it's yeah, absolutely, definitely a deck to watch out for today.
Yeah, a lot of times this is how we see yellow attempt to end games that look like they're starting to get stalemated. You go for these little hits, one shot into the orb, use your movement abilities to actually back out. And we see, even though it was only 5 damage there, it's a quarter of your orb's health, and there was looking like the potential for at least 10 more damage, and then potentially those creatures zip back out again into a position where you can't kill them, and then they find another way through on the following turn.
Yep. Yeah, and now Dilgarno has to sort of rotate his creatures in this really awkward fashion, because Dilgarno does not have many lands on his side of the board. So he literally does not have tiles to move his creatures onto, to like successfully rotate them. So, Sunekichi being able to sort of force Dilgarno to place his creatures on certain tiles is going to be very strong this game, like I was saying before. But
we're going to see some of the movement coming out. I thought Sunekichi maybe goes for a very similar line to what he did last turn.
Yep.
He could have hit the emissary in the top into the Reveler, attacked the orb with the Drake Rider, and then zipped it back away. But yeah, we see this being a phenomenal play. Again, able to kill that Bone Collector before it really gets snowballing.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Potentially see the extra movement as well onto the champion, though, and kill the Salamander. Not really sure if that's worth going for at this stage, though.
Yeah, oftentimes people see Windboard Champion and they automatically assume that they should only be playing it on their creatures. Very rarely do we see it being played on other creatures, I think. And it says move, and you can move any creature. So we see Sunekichi taking full advantage of that card and getting rid of the Bone Collector, stopping it before it can get more value. Double Firebomb in hand for Dilgarno could be a decent turn here, but it's a lot of Faeria. You'll see.
You potentially, I think the Drake Rider gets firebombed for sure, but I just don't know that you have another really good target for the other firebomb. You can kill the emissary just by creature. Actually, this is even better for Dilgarno.
Right.
Going for the Ground Shaker first, you then set up for double Firebomb being really good onto the champions.
Yeah.
If Sunekichi plays slowly on this turn.
I was just gonna say it. You have the Ground Shaker in hand, you have that ping, and you see 2 of the 3 champions on board, and you have double Firebomb in hand. You don't need to use it on the Drake Rider. You have a 7/7 right there. Sure, it gets punished by Soul Drain, but I think this was a much better line, sort of saving and getting rid of the things that you cannot deal with immediately, such as the champions. Because the champions are just going to sit there and be a threat all game. And Dilgarno
the
is
champions
trying to...
are the end game condition
exactly.
for this type of deck. They have the most movement. They have the biggest stats, really. At 5/5 isn't huge. It's a stat line that green-red can actually deal with, but
the charge, you know,
it is something you have to deal with.
Yeah, charge 5 is very scary. It can almost reach anywhere on the board. Actually, it can reach anywhere on the board, right? In a straight line?
Yeah, it can reach. It can reach anywhere on the board. It just depends if you have the straight line for it, like you're saying there.
Yeah.
We do see Sunekichi still trying to apply that pressure, it looks like.
If Dilgarno draws Salamander here, he can have a really if he could have drawn Salamander, he could have stepped onto the desert and played a forest, I would imagine, on the well, and played the Salamander to clear the Emissary and the Air Elemental and buff the Shaker. Do you see what I mean? Like
yeah, it would have been a very good turn to get there.
Fortunately, he does not pick it up. But Dilgarno is still feeling okay, I think. He's not feeling the pressure quite yet. And Dilgarno did see double flash win in one turn, right?
Yeah, so he's seen, I believe at this point, all 3 flash wins, as well as 2 champions. So the movement, even though the creatures have it just naturally, the extra movement that Sunekichi could have in hand or potentially draw into is starting to dwindle.
Yeah, we see just a few more creatures come out, and that Nightmare is going to hurt later in the game.
That last Nightmare actually just coming down way too late. It doesn't really have a good target right now. You don't really want to kill the 7/2 with it. You potentially could, just so you can get in at the Bone Collector, but it just doesn't seem really that worth it in this setup. You potentially need it later on for like a Crackthorn, or if something else gets out of control with a follow-up Salamander. Dilgarno really starting to find a way back into this game. Sunekichi was in a lot of control for a long time there, but had to use a lot of resources just into creatures rather than being able to hit the orb.
I think that once Yellow Flyer sort of loses board control, I think it's all over. I don't think that Sunekichi continues playing if his 2 champions get cleared. I mean, there's just, I mean, maybe if Dilgarno was maybe at 10 life or maybe at like 8, a little bit lower life, could be a possibility. But like I said, if you lose board control as Yellow, you will not get it back. Not against green-red. You will not be able to break through again. So I really like this from Sunekichi, aggressing. He's that last Nightmare on the 7/2 kind of sucks, but I think he did well to recognize that he needs to keep control of the board as best as he can.
Yeah, exactly. He needed just to set up the Drake Rider in a position where it was looking like it would at least survive to proc its corrupt. So that meant you had to go for the trades in that way, and then you set up the Drake Rider aggressively here. Dilgarno does have actually 2 answers. You can play it passively with Laya and just hope that it trades, or you just Firebomb, clear the Drake Rider.
I say Firebomb it. You don't want it to run away from you. I mean, if Drake Rider runs away, he could just go. I don't know though. I mean, I don't hate Laya.
It's very calculated from Dilgarno because of the movement that we've already seen Sunekichi used. He's saying, if you want to run this away, I'll Firebomb it next turn, but then I have a creature set up to start collecting more Faeria. If you want to trade into it, there's Laya going to survive at 1 health and kill your Drake Rider. There's probably not a way that you can move around and actually get that corrupt charge off so that Laya dies. There's just been so many resources already used by Sunekichi.
Yep. Yeah, the double flash when really started to come back and haunt him now. And Dilgarno, I'm sure that Sunekichi knows this, but like I said, controlling the board is so important for Yellow. It's so important. If Dilgarno can just build up that wall of creatures and not take damage, Sunekichi is just going to be using his resources to effectively hit nothing. When you're playing Yellow, you want to be using your resources to get rid of a creature and hit face and get out. Like you said, that poke damage, that 5 damage that turn, that 5 damage the next turn. And it's sort of a gradual game, but if you let your opponent take control of the board, they will have this wall of creatures that you will not be able to get by. And even if you do, Dilgarno has, 15 life left. He's not in a critical position, especially not against yellow right now. So Sunekichi is in a really, really tough spot, having to sort of figure out if he wants to try to go in, which he can't do right now, or if he was forced to back off so his Drake Rider doesn't get value traded by Leia.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this could be the turn. If Dilgarno goes for potentially something like double Firebomb onto both these creatures on the left, this is a turn where Dilgarno then starts to collect more than Sunekichi. And like you're saying, that's yellow losing the board, starts to fall behind very quickly. Yes. Kaleem's going to single collect this turn. Dilgarno, as the red-green, now has double collection coming out next turn, probably. So, yeah, now we're seeing the board really start to swing.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a choking sand, and I think that's it. Yep. +1 and no pass, or maybe Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, choking sand was a great pickup there, just because it denies the collection onto the left side, denies a lot of value that Leia can actually get potentially in a trade with Kaleem, sets up Kaleem now being a free double collector on this side, so allows Sunekichi to play something more next turn. And actually Dilgarno shut down a little bit because everything in hand is just too expensive to play. Going for +1, I assume, for Garridan next turn, but could just be Forest. Hopefully you draw a small creature and then go Crackthorn.
Oh, do you play Bloatfly here? If you're Sunekichi, you play Bloatfly and you sort of wait for Nightmare. Oh no, I guess that would be.
I don't think you do, just because of how quickly Dilgarno went +1 pass, because that sets him up for +1 Garridan coming up on this turn, and then you lose your Bloatfly for free.
That is +1 Garridan.
Just off of the way that Dilgarno played +1 pass within a couple seconds of the turn, just felt too quick. Like he saw it and knew immediately that's what he was going for. So it's going to punish the Emissary here, but I think this is easy +1 Garridan. Just what Dilgarno was setting up for.
Yeah, but I mean, Sunekichi has the Nightmare. Yep. So I mean, he loses. You know what? Maybe Sunekichi is a plane of thought above us. Maybe he baited the Garridan. He made it more juicy. He wanted the Garridan to come down because now he can play his Bloatfly. He has the Nightmare and the Bloatfly here. Yep, there it is, and it can hit face and corrupt.
I think you're exactly correct.
Wow.
He went for, I need more creatures from the Bloatfly rather than I need more damage of the Emissary. So the Emissary was the bait for Garridan, even though you throw that Faeria that it costs to play the Emissary out the window. If you don't play a creature there, Garridan probably doesn't get played.
Yep.
So this sets up so well for Sunekichi.
Yeah, I think that you save the Bloatfly because in the long run, you'll get more value out of the Bloatfly than you will the Emissary, because right now it already made up stat-wise for the Emissary,
We should see another Bloatfly come down, I assume.
Oh yeah, I would imagine. Now that you've seen Garridan, you just go willy-nilly. You just go crazy now, I think, if you're Sunekichi.
Yeah, exactly. And even if the 1 dies here, the only problem is that you potentially want to go for Air Elemental just because it's the other creature in hand, but you go for the Air Elemental first to try to make Dilgarno's removal go on to the creatures that are already on the board. Because in this situation, the Ground Shaker, Seifer's Wrath, lines up really well into the Bloatfly that has not procced its Corrupt. Yep. And then the Bloatfly that is now on the board for Sunekichi has already kind of exhausted its use. Whereas if Sunekichi had played the Air Elemental, forced some removal onto that instead, and then set up the second Bloatfly, he potentially could have got the Corrupt trigger onto the second one, and then kept that snowball going. But Dilgarno had the removal here, and he just shuts that down.
Yep. I think. I was gonna say I thought we were gonna see a triple theft with the Kaleem hit, but I realized Kaleem can't actually hit. I mean, I guess if you wanted to get crazy, you could hit the Bloatfly into the Shaker and triple theft it. but that does not seem like the best thing to do here.
You technically can clear it if you use Kaleem and go all the way across, and Fanatic, with the Fanatic. Kaleem goes all the way across and hits the Salamander. You double Theft Salamander. That takes you to 5. You go up to 6, down to 4. So you don't have enough Faeria, actually. I was going to say then you could Salamander onto a Bloatfly and deal the damage into Ground Shaker, and then you have enough there to actually kill it. But there's just not enough Faeria for Sunekichi to pull off that play.
Very close, though. I think Sunekichi was looking for it as well. That's why he was doing the math for it there. Yeah, but this should be okay. Just kind of. Ooh, this could be bad for. Does Sunekichi? No. Yeah, he sees the Salamander. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been worse. Sunekichi kind of played in a way where not everything was going to die. But this is a really good Salamander.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though Kaleem survives, it survives to double collect. Like, there's no real purpose to that anymore. You really need to be pushing the extra damage to end the game, because at this stage, he's got 7 cards left in the deck. Not a lot of good resources out of hand right now that really accomplish a lot, and not really the need for a big Faeria pool later on. So, Sunekichi, if he goes for a draw here because he doesn't really have anything to play, he's not running into a win condition. That Air Elemental isn't going to win him the game.
No.
So it's just, kind of delaying it out. Dilgarno played the defense beautifully, and Sunekichi wasn't really able to find that second punch through, or actually I should say third punch through, because he did find a second with the Bloatfly combination. Did get some damage in that way, but yeah, now it's just Dilgarno defend until Sunekichi's out of cards.
Yeah, like I said, it just comes back to that control of the board, and Sunekichi almost swung it back, but I think that misplaced the misplaced Air Elemental. I believe it was an Air Elemental, but the misplaced creature that just got eaten up by the Salamander was probably not the best idea. I understand, pushing for face, but, you have to recognize that Salamander is probably coming down. And I think it's a little bit different than trying to bait out Garridan, because Garridan is, it only clears your creatures. It doesn't give any extra value by buffing your creatures. It clears the opponent's creatures, rather.
Right.
So I think that the bait on the Garridan was really, really well done, but I'm not so sure if, playing the extra creature. I mean, obviously Faeria isn't like a huge deal right now for Sunekichi, but you don't want to be throwing Faeria away like that.
And it kind of does all come back to the fact that Dilgarno was at least able to stabilize with the creatures on board.
Exactly.
As soon as you're able to do that, and Sunekichi started not necessarily to fall behind in terms of Faeria collection, he's still been at least single and most of the time double collecting in a turn. But the fact that Dilgarno was able to stabilize enough to have his own collection rolling every single turn meant that he was able to get to Garridan, and then 2 turns later play Groundshaker, Seifer's Wrath, and then play Salamander. Like, he's just been able to have all of the Faeria to play out these cards. A lot of the times, Dilgarno's hand at one point was all 6 cost, Groundshaker, Crackthorn, and then Garridan at 10. If he didn't have any creatures on board, that takes so long for you to be able to actually play anything. And then as soon as it comes down, it gets immediately cleared.
Yeah,
exactly.
Nightmare. Yeah, it's just
so the fact that Sunekichi wasn't really able to. I shouldn't say that. I should say the fact that Dilgarno was able to stabilize and have a creature surviving meant that he was able to just keep that rolling.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Theft come out on the Shaker. Probably going to see the Shaker played here, yeah? Push face. I like it. +1 into the Spirit Theft on the Reveler, so he can't block face. Do it. I think you do it.
I think you do it now as well, just so your opponent doesn't get any Salamander value as well. We've already seen 2 Salamanders, so it potentially would have to be the 3rd, but even Crackthorn, if the buffs line up correctly, could get extra onto the Reveler and Salamander, and then you could clear the Groundshaker here. Interesting, he goes for the trade first.
Probably going to go for the Crackthorn. Seems like a good idea.
But the Crackthorn here, the buffs had a 50-50 to hit.
Oh, wow.
And does miss.
But he does get the dash off, so that's a plus. But Sunekichi actually... Oh, okay. Yeah, Dilgarno doing well to recognize the fanatic or the movement trick. Could have stepped right around that crackthorn and just hit face. But that 2-4, the Salamander is probably going to get value traded here. But the Shaker is probably going to... actually, no. Dilgarno cannot play the Shaker next turn. So I think that if Sunekichi can recognize that Dilgarno will not be able to play Shaker and he will not have... I mean, it would be playing into Seifer's Wrath, but... you're going to have to take risks eventually. So how does Sunekichi...
Very close to trying to find some damage to punch through.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to move the...
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crackthorn and hit face, so that potentially does line up this Windborn Champion being the 5 damage needed to hit. No healing left in the deck for Dilgarno. We already saw Leia gone. The Shimmering Statue was killed off, so... I think it's going to be Ground Shaker.
I think you hit the 2-4 into the 5-3, yep, and then Wrath, or Shaker, sorry.
+1 for Ground Shaker, but this doesn't cover all of the angles into the orb, so the Fanatic in hand for Sunekichi is going to steal this game.
Yep, there it is. Sunekichi finds lethal and will take a 2-0 victory over Dilgarno. Sorry, I didn't update the scoreboard for people that were watching, but Sunekichi was up 1 game already, and a very, very good match between. All right, and sorry for the long wait, but we are back with a hopefully good game. Amoeba versus applecinna in round 3. Gonna go ahead and wait for Amoeba to hop in here, get this going.
Yeah, very interesting match coming up here. Amoeba currently sitting number 2 on the Faeria World Circuit points ladder, exactly 90 points behind Teddy in that number 1 spot. So if Amoeba were to win today, he will overtake for the number 1 spot. applecinna currently sitting at 46, needing about 60 points or so to get in, depending on how some of the other performers end up with their points through the course of the day. So applecinna definitely looking for something inside the top 4, preferably a win or a second place would be really nice to get into the top 32 for the upcoming cup.
Yeah, and this is the last open for the season of Seifer, so players will have one last chance to sort of rack up their points. And do we get another ladder reset before or no?
No, the next ladder reset will be in January, so that will be outside of this qualification period. I assume it would be January 7th. I don't think they'll do it through that first week just because of the holiday, of course. But
right.
Very interesting list coming out. applecinna with 2 green yellows there and 2 red yellows.
That's funny. I was just saying yesterday that people usually don't bring 2 green yellows to a tournament, but I think that we can go through and say probably the green yellow on the far left for applecinna is probably the swordfish list, and then probably sack, and then probably burn, and then what else do you think? I'm not quite sure what that last one is.
Yeah, potentially some kind of control deck there. The 3 in the neutrals are potentially Horsemasters, maybe Emperor's Commands. If it's something more of a mid-range or a tempo list, maybe it's the Explorers, but I would expect they're probably Commands.
Yep.
And it could just be 2 very similar lists where you're looking at something being a combat burn and the other one being just more of a standard.
With like Scourge Flame,
really sure,
maybe?
Yeah,
possibly.
Maybe the Scourge Flame. Because that list, the third list there is 1914, means there's 3 multicolor.
Yeah, probably Scourge Flame then.
So I would expect it's Scourge Flame, yeah.
For Amoeba?
Meanwhile, for Amoeba, yeah, we have green-red coming out there. Looks like potentially some kind of combat. Red-blue is a very interesting
I don't know what that is. I have no clue.
I saw a very interesting one on a stream that I was watching this morning that was kind of a red-blue angry. It started off with Gabrian Commanders, and then accelerate, just rush up the board, get aggressive mountains, and then you go for things like Shed and Pest, and eventually go into your angry red cards. So maybe it's something like that, but it also is sitting on 33 total cards, so it's probably just something like a Gem Shell.
Yeah, dude, I would love to see Gem Shell played in a tournament. We have not seen Gem Shell played competitively in a long while. But it would be very, very cool to see it revived. But unfortunately, it's not a great choice because it is a very, very slow deck. I mean, even with Water Elemental, Gem Shell is very expensive. So we'll see. Oh, it's the looks just like blue-red, like the best of both worlds kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a tempo deck, more of the way that red mid-range used to play. Push up one side of the board, get in at your opponent. You're able to just have efficiently statted creatures. We'll have to see if Amoeba does play it that way or if he wants to play it a little more defensively to start off with. But applecinna starting out with this yellow and actually not going for an early Sky Captain is very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that or not. Maybe he's trying to bait out a Flame Burst, but you're losing. If you draw a flying creature, you just lost value on the Sky Captain a tiny bit. But I mean, I guess playing around Flame Burst doesn't do anything though because it's 4 life. So what am I talking about? Yeah, I don't know why applecinna didn't go for the Sky Captain there.
Doesn't get punished for it in the end. Last Nightmare being the pickup, not a creature. And I mean, not really punished, but you just don't get rewarded, say it that way. And being on player 2 could have gone for the Explorer as well. Sometimes that's, the way that you don't set the Sky Captain up early because it's not actually onto the wells, and then you don't have the collection. It sits in no man's land, not really doing anything. But applecinna does get it set up now, so he'll start to try to get those buffs rolling, especially with the way that Amoeba is pushing up the left side. This Sky Captain could just be completely uncontested on the right.
I think you play the second one, and you just start making lands and just keep passing. I mean, like, what can you do? You kind of have to let Amoeba in now. I mean, Amoeba is playing very aggressively, and rightfully so. He does not want to let applecinna get those Sky Captains set up and start to get value. You want to try to get rid of them or hit face, whichever kind of comes first. So applecinna is totally fine with running away with the Sky Captain and just playing more.
The kind of downside to picking up the second captain there is it's not a creature that actually impacts the board right away.
Yep.
We see a very aggressive Last Nightmare used from applecinna. That is a lot of investment onto that early Rakoan War Machine.
I think we'll probably see the Axe Grinder and then a pass from Amoeba, just like on the well, and then you just, But I think it probably an Axe Grinder, and then the turn after a Brigand, so you make 2 mountains aggressively to get, to free up some space. But it's hard to say. I think Amoeba might be considering the possibility of Flame Burst, but
I don't think you necessarily need it here yet.
Yeah, probably not. I mean,
Axe Grinder seems perfectly fine to go for. It contests if applecinna plays anything in the middle. It's also a really good stat line against yellow, especially this early on in the game. And then you just either go for the orb, or if applecinna does play anything, you should get a good trade into it in the middle there.
Right. I think it's interesting. I'm thinking about Firebomb and how, maybe even just 1 or 2 copies of Firebomb could really impact the game with stuff like Sky Captains and Drake Riders and the Ground Shaker with, like we saw that other game, 10 Faeria, but, to clear the champions. But, I mean, you're clearing the champions, so definitely an interesting possibility. But we just see the Flame Bursts in hand for Amoeba right now. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it just depends on the way that you want to play it out.
Right.
Flame Bursts do get very good value into a lot of creatures, and that allows you to potentially keep your creatures alive. But Flame Bursts give you that extra reach to end the game. So, and yeah, as you mentioned there, a massive pickup as applecinna gets rewarded this time for playing the Sky Captain and then drawing a double buff. 7/5 Manta Rider is a lot of stats.
I think if you're applecinna, you just play it. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow.
Oh,
huge pickups for applecinna.
So much more important. The Manta Rider here actually just still dies to the Axe Grinder.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the Swordfish, 6'9" is a absolute massive body for red to try to punch through. And one of the things that, you know, red always runs into the issue of, if you're not running Gift of Steel onto combat creatures that eventually get their own health back up, it's very difficult for red to deal with big creatures like this.
Yeah, you do not want to be trading creatures in. I mean, you want to be doing it as like the least often as possible, trading other creatures, and you want to be like pushing face or getting value trades, but you definitely don't just want to be, you know, stuck having to hit your creatures in, because green-yellow will stall this way better than red will, this matchup here. Probably going to see the Copter come out.
Also really nicely to mention that applecinna has spread his creatures really well here. If there was a potential way to get the Rakowacopter over onto the right side and hit both of the Sky Captains, you potentially can have a situation where Amoeba is able to clear those and start to get some value back. But the way that applecinna spread the Sky Captains out, there's just not enough value to ever even try to get over there to make a play like that.
Yeah. I think we'll probably see the Manta Rider.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Manta Rider's good now. It doesn't just die. Like, the Axe Grinder being gone means that that 5 life that the Manta Rider has doesn't just get efficiently traded off. If it does die, it requires more resources from Amoeba, and you just saw a fair amount used. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Amoeba just played like half of his hand to clear the Swordfish, sorry. But, I mean, he cleared it, so he will be rewarded with a little bit of damage here.
I mean, you also have the Aviary, so I think we should see... Is Demonic Salmon going to come down and go for the orb? This is a pretty good time to do it. Gets a lot of damage in. No, is going to go for the defensive play instead.
And the Theft. Yep.
Yeah, Brigand is a fantastic target to get a Theft onto at this stage of the game.
Probably going to see the Tide to draw, I would imagine. Probably Rakowacopter is a pretty good line here.
Yeah, Amoeba's lands right now are set up in pretty good positions where he can actually go for the draw off the Power Wheel first, see what he gets, and still go for the Shifting Tide draw afterwards.
Oh, boy.
Now I don't think you go for it.
I think you go for Copter here. I think you go for Copter because you don't want to let you just want to kill the Sky Captain to start to like lessen the amount of value that applecinna is getting from it. I think Seifer's okay as well, especially because you can play it on the orb. But you play Seifer and that's all you can do. You can't collect with it. It has a possibility of getting Nightmare next turn. I think that Copter is definitely a better line, and just save the Seifer for a turn or two and just kind of wait and see how it plays out.
If Amoeba goes for Seifer and uses the Flame Burst onto the 5/2 Sky Captain,
I suppose that works as well, yeah.
That sets him down to 1 Faeria. So next turn, looks like he's going to be able to collect. So you go back up to 5, so it's not enough to go for something like Rakowacopter and Flame Burst to clear off another potentially big creature, but yeah, I don't know if this is going to be enough, actually, with going for the Seifer here. I think this is the better play, just because the Rakowacopter potentially dies way too easily, and then you start to lose value where playing Seifer on the follow-up doesn't look like it's good enough, but...
Oh, he's racing. He wants the race.
Okay.
Here we go.
Very interesting.
Did he not play
going
Flash Salmon? Why not play Flash Salmon here? Maybe he wants. I guess he wants to save up for. Oh, he's saving for Nightmare. That's why I see.
Yeah, there's no reason it looks like to not go Flash Salmon there.
Because I mean, you'll have 6,
set yourself
right?
up for hopefully a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
Flash Salmon there, of course, would have been 2 damage, but cycles itself as well to hopefully find some more burst than the 8 from the Manta Rider, as well as a follow-up 8 plus whatever you're able to find as the draw. Does look like it would end the turn. Now, that being said, applecinna could just wait a turn. It's not like you need to do it right now.
Yeah, this could be a little bit ugly for applecinna. You know, not playing that flash salmon, he could have been, you know, drawing for Nightmare, and that Carassius is not going to be doing much here. Oh my!
Oh, does end up finding the Nightmare.
Okay, that is just mind-boggling. What? Uh-oh.
Gonna play for the aggro, so he's gonna clear the copter so that he can hit the orb this turn.
Wow,
and hopefully set up for a 2-turn. So that is 8 this turn. Carassius comes down, meaning that is 12 and +1 from the aviary as well. This actually may be a situation where Amoeba has to clear off the aviary to deny some damage.
Either clear the aviary or clear the Carassius, but you can't do both. I guess, yeah, you could. You could hit Seifer into the aviary and play the long game, but you're still taking 8. So maybe you just clear the Manta Rider and then hit the aviary.
Seifer dealing 5 this turn takes him to 9. If Seifer survives and deals 5 again next turn, he's at 4. So you do have the potential of Flame Burst maybe finding the Seifer's Wrath damage ends up being enough, but the fact that already 2 Flame Bursts have been used onto creatures means that applecinna should feel pretty safe about the potential burst that could come out of Amoeba's hand.
Yeah, applecinna already saw 2 Flame Bursts, and I want to highlight the patience that applecinna had to not Nightmare the Seifer, to not panic, to recognize that he was ahead and not set himself behind, and to get that face damage, you know, because playing against red, Amoeba could have drawn that last Flame Burst, and that could have been really, really bad, but now we are going to see the Nightmare come out, and that is lethal on board. Garridan.
Yep, and that should be the game. There's no way that Amoeba can find it. Humbling Vision does not do enough. If he had drawn that instead of Garridan, you potentially could have gone Seifer's Wrath and then +1 into Humbling, but that really just delays it 1 turn. And a very nice win picked up by applecinna, taking down that red-blue... I don't even know what to call it. I usually just call it a red-blue aggro, because it generally does just move up one side of the board and try to become aggressive early on.
Yeah. Now we see Amoeba pull out the trusty green-red. We've seen that almost work today for Dilgarno earlier. And applecinna staying true to his green-yellow roots. I would imagine that we'll see a Manta Rider go left here.
Decent enough start by Amoeba here, having a lot of early creatures. But again, kind of similar to last game, he may have to be aggressive early on, just because you can't let this Sky Captain just exist for this long in the game.
Yeah, I think the Sky Captain on the Swordfish and the Manta Rider last game absolutely won applecinna that game. You know, just those extra 4 stats just absolutely swung that for applecinna.
It was such an important buff coming down that way. Amoeba could go a little patient here, maybe make him out in front of his own orb and play one of the underground creatures and then set up for a good salamander next turn, but looks like he's going to just go for the, not really body block because the Carassius still can collect here, but just a little bit better positioning.
Yeah, and if you didn't already know, Underground Boss did get buffed. Was it 3/4 before?
It was a 3/4.
Yes, and it got returned to its original, I believe, original stat line, a 3/5. So it should be, cool to see how a single card can affect the game, especially one that just got buffed a little bit.
Yeah, it was one that I think kind of got left behind because it was hit down to a 3/4, like you mentioned, back when Red Combat was really everywhere. And then Gift of Steel got nerfed as well, and Underground Boss kind of just got left in the dust.
Yeah.
Because he got hit, but his support tool also got hit. It ended up kind of awkward. But really nice to see it back up to a 3/5, and a list that Amoeba is probably not even running Gift of Steel in. but bringing out the underground boss back into it. This is just a very Faeria generation heavy deck with the undergrounds and the revelers.
Ooh, Last Nightmare pickup is very good for applecinna. Definitely is going to need that shortly. Actually, Nightmare on the underground boss is really good here because it denies that Faeria generation. Yep. And the 2/4 can just stay here and collect. Beautiful. Oh boy.
I'm actually kind of surprised at the way that applecinna started this because we saw him so well go opposite side with his Sky Captain's last game. The fact that he went Sky Captain towards this game, just because he had a really good setup with the Carassius to attempt to try to kill the Reveler, was ambitious in the way that he started it off to try to get that early trade, but kind of surprised that he didn't just go far side the way that we usually see captains develop and the way that he played it out last game.
Well, I can't remember. Did he have Did he draw captain, or did he have it in his starting hand? Because if he has it in his starting hand, there's no reason that you go fight on the same side as green-red.
He started with just the forest in front because he didn't have it, and then he drew it on turn 2. Okay, so when you could have actually played it, you could have gone desert to the right and played the Sky Captain out. He went for the Explorer, Desert, Sky Captain, and Carassius out to the left side.
Yeah, I think Amoeba is very happy with being able to sort of fight on the left side and use his salamanders efficiently. And I think that this game is actually coming to a close already. I mean, I guess Swordfish could come out, but the salamander is present and looming. And I mean, applecinna does have a decent amount of Faeria, but he is going to be playing 1 card per turn for a while. And he's just gonna race. I like it. I really like that.
Super interesting there. So this sets up for 5 damage a turn. Yep. Golden Aviary only gives +1 buff like we saw in last game, so the getting from 5 to 6 actually doesn't accelerate the clock at all. If he draws another Golden Aviary and he's able to play them in protected positions, getting up to 7 does accelerate to a 3-turn clock. But the fact that it's on a 4-turn clock, Amoeba probably not running any taunt creatures to slow that down, and not being the first to hit the orb to accelerate the clock against applecinna is a really, really nice play to go for the race here.
Yeah, I love it. I didn't even see that. I was trying to figure out how he was going to defend his face, and I think applecinna is sort of cutting his losses and just absolutely going for it, and that's really great. I mean, I think it was the best line here. I didn't even see it, but now that we're kind of looking at it, Amoeba is in a really, really tough spot here because he doesn't have it. There's no good place to play the salamander that can really defend against the 5/8 because he has to make that land. There's no land there.
Yeah, exactly. If applecinna had played this Swordfish just in the middle of these creatures somewhere to try to hold them in place, to try to slow Amoeba down, there's really good salamander lines, there's potentially really good crackthorn lines, but in the way that he's played it out now, look at this positioning, and even though there is a lot of value generated from this salamander, it doesn't really accomplish anything, at least for this turn.
Right. What about hit +1 and then just Swordfish again, and then you have the Aviary. So you just hit into you hit face for 5, and then wait for the 4/2 to clear, and then just Swordfish and then Aviary next turn, and just keep racing. I mean,
it potentially would be more worthwhile to go for the Aviary that turn. I think if that's the play that you're going to make, you can Aviary that turn on your forest at the back, so it's not going to get cleared. Then you deal 6, and then the next Swordfish you potentially set up to deal 7 twice. But this Swordfish doesn't have the buff, so the fact that it's only at 4 life doesn't accomplish the same thing. So it looks like applecinna, just going to set up for trying to defend the 5 attack here and then keep pushing damage, but I think this is where it kind of comes to a close. Amoeba should be able to clear these.
There's a lot of
maybe
stuff.
Not this turn, but at least on the following turn.
There's a lot of stuff that just happened. I don't know. So So applecinna knows that Amoeba's running Hook. He has that information. That's public information now because he's already played one. The decision to not dash that Swordfish anywhere else on the board was crucial. Because, yeah, the grappling hook gets to come down now, but now Amoeba or applecinna is going to get that damage in. I mean, I guess it wasn't like in the long run, Amoeba still kind of won that turn, but applecinna played that absolutely perfectly, I think. We'll probably see a lionfish come down as well, just to get in the way even more.
I think Amoeba even could have made a land, and then once you've used the grappling hook, you could have put the Reveler on that land to actually stop any damage coming through to the face here. But it's really interesting of how many different decisions could have been made there from applecinna. Of course, going for the race looked like it was going to be the right decision just based on going for the defense not looking like it was going to pan out that well. And then now he could have pushed orb damage last turn, but then your Swordfish potentially doesn't come down that good. So he's going for the long game, and then Amoeba has the hook. So now what do you do type of thing? There were a lot of ways that this could have worked out for applecinna, and now Amoeba looks like he's about to stabilize it.
Yeah. I think if Amoeba didn't have hook that turn, applecinna would have been in a very, very, very good position. With the two Swordfish on the right and not very many stats to deal with them, but the hook definitely coming in clutch for Amoeba here.
Yeah, and again, if he didn't have the hook there, this Swordfish has survived, so potentially could have been +1 into Manta Rider to reinforce on this side. If both of those were still alive, you're pushing at least 9 damage on that turn, probably 11 because you could have gone for the Aviary instead of the Manta Rider, but there was a lot of potential damage that applecinna could have pushed there if he had... if Amoeba hadn't had the hook. And here again, doesn't attack the orb because that puts the Swordfish into range of getting cleared. So really nicely played out for applecinna of just trying to be as patient as possible and line these all up into the right way. But Amoeba just having the answers every time.
Yep. And applecinna is going to have to reevaluate his position. Hopefully, there's no safe... Yeah, so yeah, you just have to +1 pass here. There's no safe place to play any creatures here, really, for applecinna, and now Amoeba with 11 Faeria and a Crackthorn in hand is looking very much in control of this game.
Looks like we're even going to get the aggressive land for the Crackthorn here as well.
Oh boy.
All 4 damage going to the orb, not taking any chance of losing out on damage there. I really like that by Amoeba. Potentially could have played the Crackthorn first and hope that you get exactly 50-50, the 2 damage onto the Aviary, and then you don't actually end up with any kind of lost damage there. But if it only goes 1 damage onto the Aviary, then you still have to attack in with the Stalker. So just clears the Aviary first and gets all that damage to the orb.
Yeah, this is not looking too hot for applecinna. A little bit unfortunate for Amoeba that he didn't get any buffs on his aggressive creatures, but I think that he will be able to manage here. And Amoeba
just
giving...
denying the resources. Yeah, Amoeba just slowly closing it out here. Kills off the Manta Rider and the Manta that's left behind just so he can ensure that applecinna doesn't have any collection going into the following turn. Just going to start to slowly push this damage to the orb. 2 turns with the current setup, unless he decides to play another creature.
And it's looking like applecinna is going to have to give this one up.
Yeah, and that's going to be the game. Amoeba evens it up 1-1, and we head into game number 3 to see who will advance.
I think it seems like when I'm watching yellow lists, right, when the player that's playing yellow loses control of the board, it just feels like everything goes downhill for them. because yellow likes an open board. They like defensive players that will sit back and wait, and like green yellow maybe, or even like Reaver that will just sit back and do their own thing while the yellow can kind of draw their movement tricks and have these really good lines. But when you're playing against green red and stuff that can get aggressive very quickly and get a lot of value very quickly with the Revelers and the Salamanders, yellow kind of, it feels like they're suffocating, right? Like there was that turn where there was, even if applecinna had the Faeria to play Manta Rider, there was no good place to play it, just because red had this like grip, and also applecinna's land placement at the beginning wasn't optimal, especially drawing the Sky Captain. So I think that's something to watch out for, realizing that your Sky Captain is going to be a big part of your game, and you're just sort of forcing yourself onto the left side with green red of all lists, that is running Salamander, that did get value off of their Salamander. So definitely something to correct in this next game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've talked about it a lot, of yellow just wanting to set up and then have their movement to be able to take the trades on their terms, or to collect and have the Faeria pool available to make plays like Last Nightmares, like choking when you need it. Looks like these lists aren't even running things like Soul Drain or Wind Soldiers. They're just really focused around Spirit Thefts as your small removal, or potentially things like the Salmons. And, when you start to put the pressure on, they're not able to then set up creatures in positions where they can have that extra movement to take the first trade.
Yep.
And then, you just start to slowly lose control. And you're just never really able to then flip and reset the board either. Wow. We're able to get, a creature off to the far side and double collect. But yeah, into this game looks like a red-yellow angry coming out.
We just saw a Thunder Eel. Yep. And a Crumbling Golem for applecinna. These cards I have never seen these cards played in a tournament before. Not since I've been casting.
Coming out in full force.
I suppose so.
Now, big problem here, even with the double Crumbling Golem start, looking like applecinna is going to be able to be very aggressive early on. A lot of what green-red plays early on is small, very efficient costing creatures. So Crumbling Golem's going to come down here, but the fact that Amoeba could potentially play a couple creatures on one turn could be actually very efficient at killing the Crumbling Golems, but it's going to be at least a turn until he's able to do that, it looks like.
So Amoeba actually does not have the clear. He can stall and throw the Copter in front, but the 7/6 will be left with 1 life after all said and done, if Amoeba chose to go hit the Golem with his Brigand. But I'm sure that we will see a value trade come out.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Amoeba went for that, because he's playing a deck that we saw Runen's Guidance in. So if he starts to get lower and lower, he actually could have that potential healing coming out. So I think you're okay to take 1 hit here and look to get more value out of your Rakowacopter instead of just sacrificing it right away.
Yeah, and it's bad because now applecinna will get the value trade on the left, and I would imagine that we're going to see another Golem come down here. I mean, the Stalker should be able to clear everything, but still,
yep, Stalker. Yeah. This is a full clear for Amoeba.
Oof.
Oh, Leia's a great pickup here, just because you needed another creature. That's all Amoeba needed in that turn. As soon as the 1 Stalker comes down, it's going to kill the 7/1 Crumbling Golem, as well as dealing 3 damage to the 7/6. The Rakowacopter cleans that up, but Amoeba needed then another creature to have his defenses set up properly. So being able to find that is such an important card at this point. If that was something like a Crackthorn, Salamander you actually would have been able to play, so that would have been fine, but any other thing that you weren't able to actually get onto the board in this turn meant that Amoeba probably fell a little behind. The fact that it is able to come down just means that he's able to start collecting, as well as potentially set up a really good trade with Leia. And one of the great things about this card is so much control over one part of the board. If applecinna tries to set up over here, there's a great trade for Amoeba. as well as collecting, as well as then the statue coming down, and then holding whatever applecinna plays next in that spot as well, so Amoeba can then answer it again.
Yeah, and Amoeba drawing all the right answers here with the Seifer. The Leia was a beautiful pickup, and I mean, what do you think? Do you think Leia hits in +1 Seifer? Oh, you can't +1 Seifer, but...
Can't +1 Seifer, yeah, so it does end up being a little awkward here. Yeah. Problem is that it looks like it's, because there's nothing good to play in hand, this looks like it's a draw for Amoeba. If you draw and you find another card that you're not able to play, you end up so far behind. But the fact that the follow-up from what we're seeing is going to be probably Fire Elemental from applecinna, Deepwood Stalker potentially trades into that, so you probably just want to continue to work towards your Crackthorn. You just take the clear for now, and just play another land.
Yeah, I think even if you don't play anything this turn, it kind of sucks, but I think that you do probably clear the 5/4 and just try to get in the way of applecinna, try to stop his progression. Yeah,
I mean, you potentially could draw into something useful on this turn, but the fact that then you maybe set yourself up for a really bad turn after is worse than going for something that's a little suboptimal this turn and setting yourself up for a really good turn after.
Yeah, I think Fire Elemental is the only option for applecinna here. Just discount that Hate Seed as much as possible and sort of hope that your opponent runs out of Faeria or runs out of cards to play and get that Seifer up.
Yeah, speaking on that Hate Seed, that's really the point of the deck. Angry Red Yellow as well just has a couple extra tools in it, but you eventually want to get to a point where your early creatures, you're perfectly fine with them just trading back and forth.
Yep.
Because eventually you're going to play 4/4 for 0 Faeria in the Hate Seed, as well as potentially monstrous Firebringers. And then that's where you start to really push an advantage, when you're able to out-tempo with more creatures or with bigger creatures. So the fact that these early trades are just being made back and forth, applecinna is going to actually be okay with, because eventually he's going to hope that his creatures will be able to outpace.
Yeah, should be... Okay, so we're gonna see. Yeah, I think clearing there is a little bit better. I mean, you don't have to rush Seifer now. He could have collected and played Seifer, but I think clearing is definitely a better option here. See the Thunder Eel in hand for applecinna.
Yeah, Thunder Eel not going to get a lot of value this game. I don't think anything in red-green that ever gets out over an Ocean Tile.
Yeah.
So just not going to pick up the extra value of being able to deal 4 damage. However, it may be that applecinna at some point needs 2 damage and gets efficiency out of the Thunder Eel that way. It's just not the max that you actually could be able to get. And really nicely going for the defensive land there from applecinna. Yeah, he doesn't really need another one aggressively. So being able to delay where your opponent's aggressive creatures could come down outside of right next to your orb is actually a big thing. If we get into a race situation and both players have a creature close enough to the orb to start hitting at about the same turn, that one space away that Amoeba's creature could be may be the difference.
Yeah, I would imagine we're going to see... What do you think, Demon? I don't know. Demon just gets traded by the 4/4, but I don't think that applecinna minds. Probably going to see the Hate Seed. Either that or maybe like a Wind Soldier eventually and just get the Hate Seed down to 0. That's probably a better idea.
Looks like it's just going to be the Hate Seed coming down. Wind Soldier doesn't have a lot of good clears in the early game here, and potentially doesn't have any good clears later on either.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There's only one outcome that's better than that, and it's if the Reveler had got 1 extra buff, or the Demon had taken 1 extra damage. But phenomenal Crackthorn there. Clears off the Fire Elemental. Could have actually been a little cleaner from Amoeba. He could have traded the Herald of War into one of the creatures, into Shaitan Demon first would be the better one, and then you have a better odds at clearing the Fire Elemental, better odds at getting buffs onto your Reveler that then sets up nicely to clear off the Hate Seed. But Amoeba getting that roll to clear off the Fire Elemental is so massive.
Definitely rolling the dice there. But there are things that Amoeba could have done to improve his odds of getting, a cleaner clear. But I think that this works well for Amoeba. Amoeba was very, very happy with that Crackthorn. Cannot say the same for applecinna.
And here we do see the Thunder Eel gonna come down and deal that 2 damage, like I alluded to. Not the best outcome of getting 4 damage onto something, getting a lot of efficiency, but the fact that this deck doesn't have a lot of other good ways to generate dealing small damage, you're able to get exactly what you needed there from the Thunder Eel. Oh yeah.
Do you think we see Seifer come down, or do you think we wait? Yeah, I think we see Seifer. I don't think you wait for Garridan, because it's not going to do anything about the 6-4. And applecinna is losing this race right now. It's going to have to do something a little bit stronger than this.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually perfectly lethal setup by Amoeba. If he had gone for the Underground Boss, it only would have got +1 from the Herald of War's ability. So he would have been 1 short of going for it this way. But this sets up 9 damage coming through, and the burn coming from the Shaitan Demon is going to be enough. There's no way for applecinna to kill it off, and there's no way to heal. So even though he's going to push some damage through, it's going to be game. And Amoeba coming back from down at 1 game ends up winning it 2-1.
All right, that was a very quick step up. Now that we're all caught up, we got Sunekichi and Alvar. Very highly anticipated game. I haven't seen Alvar play in a while, so I'm interested to see how he's been adapting. We did get to see Sunekichi play earlier today. So I don't really have much to say about this match. They're both very good players. And I think Alvar plays a little bit different. I think he likes to play a little bit more reserved and defensive.
Yes, Alvar is always a player that we talk about being very slow. He brought the Alvar special in a mono green deck, something that he absolutely loves playing.
And the green yellow.
And yeah, the green yellow there as well. Sunekichi, like you mentioned, we saw very well played in round number 1 that we covered off. Well, technically round 2, but our first round of the day. And Alvar must have been watching at the time, because he went and banned the yellow deck that Sunekichi won with in that first round. So we'll have to see some of Sunekichi's other decks if he wants to advance here. We're going to see mono blue, it looks like, come out for Alvar to start off with.
What
against
Sunekichi
so the fact that what is that, red yellow was banned there from Alvar, I would expect Sunekichi will probably look at maybe running his yellow green to start off with against what's available there.
I don't like that. I don't know. I feel like either mono green or green yellow was a little bit of a better pick for Alvar, but I'm not sure what Alvar is running, so I can't say. But you would think that red would normally beat blue, especially against Reaver. But we'll see what variations each. Oh boy, this was not good. I am playing against Alvar. Oh wait, no, I'm not.
Nope.
What?
You're fine. It's just a display error. I've had that a couple times.
Yeah, that scared me. Sorry. I was like, okay.
Don't tell me I set it up wrong.
Oh, here we go. Probably a pretty traditional mono blue for Alvar and pretty traditional mono red for Sunekichi.
Yeah, going to be very probably passive off the start here. Probably see the X Grinder come down. Yeah, generally as mono red, you want to get that X Grinder down, even though you don't get the +1/+1 buff from it. You would get a creature down early on and start to get your collection rolling. Mono red really needs to ensure that they have a lot of creature control onto the board, because once you start to lose that and your opponent has the tempo of playing taking a trade first, then you really start to lose a lot of advantage.
Yeah. Double commander. A little bit risky, though. I mean, I guess Alvar wanted to sort of make sure that he was getting collection and to possibly set up collection on the right. But Garridan is a looming threat early on. Sunekichi not having any of that double collection on the right.
Yeah, and just using that Flame Burst, even though you'd kind of prefer it to be a Seifer's Wrath, of course, just killing off one of those creatures, especially before they proc their ability and get that +1/1, it also just keeps both of your creatures alive here. You guarantee that you have collection coming down for next turn at least. Horsemaster picked up would be really nice here for Sunekichi, but doesn't have the lands available to play it yet in a position where he can trade. Also, one Faeria short of Underground Boss, so potentially it's just a Mountain Pass here and set up for a Horsemaster next turn, but it does end up kind of awkward for Sunekichi, where he would really like to push a bit of an advantage right now.
I mean, what do you think? Mountain to the left inside the wells?
Yeah, that's generally where I would lean towards. Yeah. You could mountain directly up a space, but it's not perfect.
Well, I don't think, even if you're Alvar, I don't think that you even jump on that land. You just, like, make a lake above it and just wait, you know? But I think that it would be a safer line to just play it on the left and sort of set up double collection in the future instead of trying to, you know, bridge across the lakes.
Yeah, the between the wells positioning is very important for red combat, just because if you're just trading creatures back and forth, you then go for a creature as a reset between the wells, and then you're double collecting instead of just having it set up as a single collection. Really heads up there by Alvar to move the frog back as well, play around a Horsemaster. 1, 2, 3. I guess it still hits it actually, though.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, and we can really see Alvar, you know, playing his slow lists to, you know, to the best of his ability. Like, he could have made a land to prevent that aggressive Axe Grinder spot, but he chose to go collect on the right and set up those defensive lands. So, very, very interesting to see how, you know, Alvar reacts to this red. But I would imagine that we see a lake, to block the progression, and probably a commander just to kind of continue collection behind,
Yeah, could have gone for the Emperor's Command there and actually kept his frog alive, but then it represents getting value traded back by the Brigand here, so Alvar just takes the trade, reset with the Commander, which then trades into the Brigand.
Yep. And Alvar is still collecting on the right, and Uolani is definitely a threat.
Yeah, that right side collection, as you mentioned, is something that could be very important for Alvar over the course of the game. If that frog does nothing other than survive up in that top corner, it'll provide the extra resources necessary for Alvar to keep up in this game.
Yeah.
Because Sunekichi now has control over the left.
And the Underground Boss not letting up. And don't know what the line is for Alvar here. Possibly a draw for Library, but maybe not. Yep.
The thing is, you're not really under any threat yet. You're still at 20 life. The Underground Boss isn't really that threatening. It's only 3 damage, and it looks like it's going to be in 2 turns before it's even starting to hit your orb. So Alvar just going for the lake, making sure that if he draws into something like Reaver next turn, he can still play it.
Right.
Just setting himself up for all of the potential options. But Sunekichi has another Horsemaster and uses it very nicely there.
And I'm sure that we'll probably see the Uolani come down here first, and then maybe a Ninja Toad. Probably a draw, Uolani, Ninja Toad. I mean, Frogify is a possibility. Command Clear on the Axe Grinder, but that's not great value at all. Definitely a better...
I like the Ninja Toad coming down there to clear just because it does get the collection, and then, like you mentioned, Uolani comes down, gets that protection, gets the Divine, so it will survive here.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. I would imagine the Shaker comes down and the Slinger, but he did draw, so the 11 Faeria combo is not going to work this turn. And Sunekichi chooses to just try to kill the 2/4 manually. don't know if there's much else. I mean, yeah, Frogify and the Ground Shaker is a pretty good idea, but we will probably see the library come down here, but Garridan is always a threat. I would imagine that the Slinger probably come. Oh, wow, really good from Alvar to play around the Slinger. Beautiful positioning. Very well done. And the Flame Burst answer is here.
Library is very good for Alvar to get back in the game just because it'll give him extra cards and the Faeria necessary to play them. However, if Sunekichi wanted to leave the library alive, it actually could work for him as well because it's going to start dealing that damage every single turn.
Right. It's a possibility. I mean,
will survive this turn now, but...
Oh boy, here come the... Uh-oh. What are we going to get? Okay, actually, really good for Alvar. If he can play both of those, that should be really interesting. It gives him some stats on the board, which is what he desperately needs right now. And that mountain from Sunekichi was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, a beautiful bomb slinger tile. He's hitting 3 lands of Alvar's, all lakes and a prairie, but very heads up from Sunekichi to make that mountain right there.
Yeah, exactly. Now there's nowhere that is out of Bomb Slinger range, like you mentioned. If anything comes down onto the left side, Sunekichi has that aggressive one there. The only one that's protected is actually the one the Axe Grinder currently sits on, and it's just not ever going to get cleared because you have to have a creature down first to clear the Axe Grinder.
What about Garridan?
Really nice heads up mountain placement by Sunekichi when he made that.
I was gonna say Garridan Wrath maybe, but nah. Oh yeah, that works too.
Yep, just Garridan coming down, meaning as long as one of these creatures survives in order to hit the orb next turn, it will be enough with the self-damage from the library. Gonna need to see Alvar go for a bit of healing here, but
I think we're gonna have to see
use both commands.
No, we're probably gonna see a +1 Radiance, and then double command, or a single command. Sorry, that would probably be. I would think that would be the best line here. Just like Radiance next to your orb. But that still doesn't... Is that even enough?
You heal for 4, and then you heal for 11, another 4. So it does give 15, you a turn.
Yeah, gives you a turn, but...
The thing is, you could also go for Radiance actually dashing straight down on either... Actually, probably the right side, so it's against the well as well. But if you go for that, it just kind of sets up. You're hoping to get a Reaver next turn, and then your opponent just kills the library. So
I would imagine that we're just going to see either the Garridan trade in or the Garridan and Axe Grinder go face, and then either a Slinger. You know, there's you could clear the Radiance this turn, but why? Just go face. You know, like I mean, I would imagine you probably. Oh, okay, interesting.
Gonna go for the clear instead. So this, I believe, sets up if Alvar takes the value trade onto Axe Grinder, then you set up for a Bomb Slinger Seifer's Wrath to kill it off instead of using Leia. But this is just deny Alvar all the resources that you can. Make sure there's no comeback at all available. Even if Radiance gets 1 clear, it's not going to clear all 4 creatures that you have on board, and you eventually continue to push through that extra damage.
Yeah, really good game from Sunekichi, just pouncing on Alvar. We see Red, dominating Reaver in that matchup. And I mean, Alvar drew 2 libraries, but Sunekichi just had the answers. That's just how Red works. So it should be interesting to see what Alvar brings. And here comes the mono green. This is like classic Faeria, red beats blue and green beats red. That's essentially how it used to be, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, exactly. So red has small removal. It's able to kill off a lot of the smaller green or blue creatures, and then you usually have Horse Masters in there to get on blue before they're able to set up. Deny all the value that you can out of the libraries and those early creatures, so they're never able to get to Dream Reaver. The counter to that is mono green, like you mentioned. Red really struggles at dealing with big creatures. They just don't have the big removal, although it looks like Sunekichi is running potentially things like Baldurian and Havoc, which definitely aid the matchup a lot more than what it used to be in the past. But if that Beastmaster had been able to survive for Alvar, it would have been a ton of value over the course of the game.
Oh boy, here it comes. The second Beastmaster.
Yeah, and we see another one picked up. That's
really,
actually
really
huge
good
for Alvar.
He missed one Faeria, but it's not that big of a deal here. I mean, he did draw the other one, and Sunekichi has nothing to do about that right now. But Alvar,
the fact that you saw so many resources used into the first Beastmaster means the second one should be pretty free to survive at least one turn. But the fact that like you're already looking at something like a Grove Guardian being a 5/6, contests Underground Boss, contests Herald of War that we see in hand, it potentially kills 2 Underground Brigands. And then if you look at getting that 1 buff onto it, taking it to 6 attack for the Grove Guardian, it then contests Brigand with a Gift of Steel. It contests Ground Shakers. It contests Seifer.
And Garridan,
and Garridan as well, exactly. So, yeah, that is a very important extra buff point. Even just getting 1 onto Grove Guardian, it's so much value that you can get.
And you can see how much 1 point, 1 point of stats can really change a game and change how you approach a turn. From a 5/6, even to just like a 6/6, right? I mean, a 6/6 like isn't technically great, but a 6/7, like that can value trade, like you said, Garridan, the Underground Boss. So you get and we can see Sunekichi now just making a beeline for that Beastmaster. Instead of going for the well, he actually just goes straight across to try to contest the Beastmaster, and Alvar has to keep that thing alive. That's going to keep him in this game and have those consistent stat buffs and value.
Yeah, so like we're saying there, we see this Grove Guardian come down. Even at the 5/6, it does clear both the Herald and the Underground Brigand that we see on board for Sunekichi, but it also dies. The fact that it gets this +1 is so important from the Beastmaster because now it lives as a 6/7. Flameburst picks up means Sunekichi will be able to use that, but that's more resources put into other creatures, not the Beastmaster, and not potentially extra burst at the end to end
your
game.
face. Exactly. So Alvar is sitting very happily right now. We have the possibility of seeing a Golem come down to prevent anything on the right side, but Baldurian is a threat next turn for Alvar and Sunekichi. So we'll see how Alvar responds to the Baldurian. We see him feed.
Casually gain 11 Faeria there for Alvar. We see another Faeria. So you don't feed the second.
You do not feed that one. Yeah.
The really nice play there by Alvar, because the first Therian Golem can be fed, because then you're playing Therian Golem plus something else. But you don't go for the second Therian Golem feed, because then you only get 1 creature down. You don't actually need the ton of extra Faeria. You just needed 2 creatures there.
Yep.
So
and you need a 6/11 body is just beautiful. I mean, especially against red. I mean, maybe in like a mono green matchup you might feed it, but in a red matchup that just totally is going to stunt any progression that Sunekichi has. Now, if Sunekichi can get this Baldurian off, this could be a little bit of an interesting game. So we'll see where he chooses to play it. I would imagine that he plays it this turn, but I think Sunekichi is trying to figure out, the risk of playing it into a taunt, which could be pretty devastating. But green doesn't have a lot of poke, except for Deepwood Stalker. So, I mean, if Sunekichi plays Baldurian and Alvar draws Deepwood Stalker, this game is most likely over. But Baldurian, Baldurian is really Sunekichi's only chance to stay in this game and have that big damage.
Yeah, exactly. So this deck doesn't, the green doesn't really have a lot of good ways to deal with a protection. Usually it's just attacking into it twice. You have the Deepwood Stalker, but again, that is still, you need to attack into it twice. So, Emissary picked up as well. Alvar's going to have a lot of power coming down onto the board this turn. But yeah, Baldurian ends up being pretty safe because you have to attack into it to clear that protection, and then you have to attack into it again to actually kill it. So even though it's coming down in this type of a position where Alvar is putting creatures in the way, there's still the potential that Sunekichi could get the right angle to line up.
Right. Yeah, so I think that, we're probably going to see the Shaker come down, but it's just not, there's not enough stats in Sunekichi's hands to deal with what Alvar
I don't
has
think
put
you
out.
have to Shaker here. I think it's probably Horsemaster across and kill the Beastmaster while you have the angle for it.
Yep.
But I mean, Alvar's already got +4 out of this. So even though the Horsemaster can come down here and get Buldurian across, that then pops the protection. The Ancient Boar has enough stats to actually kill Buldurian afterwards and survive. So yeah, Alvar is just in full control of the game at this point.
And Sunekichi not able to proc his Baldurian. I think we're probably going to we might see a Grove Caller come out and just get the 6/11. No, maybe not, yeah. That would be kind of a waste. But full clear from Alvar. Garridan really needs to come out here for Sunekichi. Shaker.
Ground Shaker is good enough.
Yep.
Because it can come down in this more protected position. Of course, we see the Grove Caller, but the fact that it comes down over here where it looks like it'll survive and then start to gather some Faeria back up. Just a phenomenal teleport going to come out here as the Therian Golem. Again, because of that Beastmaster buff, like we've mentioned, now has 6 attack. It contests the Ground Shaker stat line. Zip it right across for the double collect as well.
Wow. Oh boy. I think we're going to see a +1 pass for Sunekichi or a draw pass.
You can draw, yeah. I like the draw a little better because you kind of bait your opponent into thinking that you don't have Garrett in there. If you go for the +1, then you really reveal it.
Well, I mean, I think Alvar is still kind of aware that Garridan's coming down. Like,
yes.
Yeah. So, you know, even he knows that Sunekichi going to +1 next turn. And it's really not going to be doing much here, unfortunately, for Sunekichi. +1 right in the middle. And so technically it could hit face, but
it's not like you can even go for the race. Like if Garridan hits face twice here for 11 damage, you know, potentially you put your opponent at 6, but you've already used 2 of your flame bursts, so it's not really like you can end the game through that.
And now it's just gonna
Stalker getting that +1 from the Verdant Emissary takes it to 5, so it gets the +1 from the Beastmaster.
Yep, and
for
since
4 damage, what a combo coming out from Alvar.
Since the Beastmaster buff goes through before the Deepwood Stalker gift does, it gets the buff beforehand, so it was able to clear the Garridan. The priorities, Alvar is showing his, you know, knowledge of the gift mechanic. As is expected.
Yeah, the Beastmaster is really showing off in this game. And this is a style where Sunekichi, I don't believe, is playing Firebombs in this. Like we talked about earlier on in some of the previous rounds, how good Firebomb can be depending on what you're running. But this list, it was Sunekichi early on had to use a Flame Burst and a Seifer's Wrath to clear the first Beastmaster, and then didn't really have the right setup for the second Beastmaster.
Right.
So Alvar was then able to accelerate so much of the game from that second Beastmaster value.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Beastmaster has always been one of my favorite cards, and we can see, you know, obviously we can see why. You can generate so much value. I mean, and it has 4 life. That's something that I've talked about in the past, you know, 4 life. It's such an awkward number for blue, for red, for, you know, even when Firestorm was still popular, having 4 life, with, you know, almost countered Firestorm in a way.
Yeah, it can be an easy enough stat line for creatures to deal with, depending on what you're running. Like we talked about earlier, they are things like Triton Warrior, potentially Commander as well, gets a very efficient trade into the Beastmaster having 4 life, but the fact that there's really only Firebomb that exists unless you're using some combination of cards that can clear it in just an efficient way, it is a really important stat line.
Yeah. So
this time, however, we do see the green-yellow sack coming out from Sunekichi, which it lines up actually being okay, I think, for mono green, just because you have a very slow deck in green yellow sack, and mono green wants to play pretty slow as well. If you have to, you just want to wait for your Beastmasters and then start ramping value up that way. Alvar also with an Runen in hand could be very important for this match.
Yeah. Drawing Runen in this, right at the start is going to be very, 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 very important. I mean, it could even end up contesting Soul Eater's late game if Alvar focuses Runen and just continues to get it down. But Runen being able to infiltrate whatever Sunekichi's doing, even after like 2 turns, it's going to be able to clear pretty much anything that Sunekichi does until he plays his Soul Eaters. And, I guess you could say Sunekichi's okay with that, except the Runen will be able to contest the Soul Eaters eventually, I think. Obviously the Soul Eaters will probably outscale it in the end, but Runen is the best answer that Alvar has right now to Soul Eater. And Doomgate is also a very good start for Sunekichi. So
he's also getting other very good cards to line up into it.
Right.
If you went for Doomgate here and you didn't get another small creature to sacrifice, you're looking at potentially having to use one of the Demon Wings, which really isn't what you want to be doing there. So the fact that he gets a Village Elder, very good. The fact that he hasn't got any Soul Eaters is really nice as well. Sometimes green-yellow sack, we see players draw like 2 Soul Eaters early on, and then you really don't have anything to play to get rolling. So
right, we see the Runen come out. And as long as Alvar can continue to collect, he will be able to +1 into collect everything. He will be able to +1 into Runen continuously.
Another Bone Collector picked up. That's going to be actually very big for Sunekichi this game. The fact that Bone Collector is potentially already going to be a 5/7 at the end of this turn means it does contest a lot coming out from... Oh, he's going to... Oh, rotates it a little awkwardly around that. I don't think there was a really good way to get double value from the Bone Collector there.
Yeah, one of your Bone Collectors is only going to get like 1 buff.
I guess you could have gone Forest exactly straight up instead of where that Bone Collector moved.
That's what I was
thinking. You could have gone there. And then that one would have been I think a 5/7 or 5/8, I guess, because it's a 0/3. And then the other one would have just got 1 buff, but lines up a 6/9 to defend the second Bone Collector, and the Doomgate already at 7 is pretty good, actually. It's starting to get there as kind of a secondary win condition. Sunekichi, of course, has the Soul Eaters that are eventually going to come down, but the fact that you already have a 6/9 Bone Collector that you have to deal with, as well as Doomgate only being a couple turns off, potentially, from unleashing Ostrogoth, and then if you deal with all of that, you then have to think about Soul Eaters later on. It is looking pretty good, actually, for Sunekichi off this start.
Yeah, I think Alvar is also in an okay position. I mean, it's not great. Like, you definitely want to start to focus the Doomgate. So I would imagine that Runen does come down here, probably in front of the 4/5 to continue your collection. But yeah, Runen definitely coming down this turn to get that up, to the same level as the Bone Collectors as quickly as possible. And Sunekichi is scaling his Bone Collectors faster than Runen is scaling. So very, very good to prioritize, early game Runen, but that Runen is going to be a pain for Sunekichi unless he can force Alvar to continue spending Faeria on it.
Yeah, and that is the thing. A lot of what's happening right now, Sunekichi is able to flood out creatures that cost 2 or 3. Bone Collector, I mean, this 6/9 Bone Collector cost him 2 Faeria at the start of this game, whereas the Runen, that's now going to come down as an 8/8 next turn, is going to cost 5. So there's kind of a lot more that Sunekichi's able to do for more efficient Faeria lines, or Faeria costs. So, next turn, if it's a Soul Eater, it's going to be the same cost as Runen, but you also have a 10/13 Bone Collector to deal with.
Wow. That Verduran Emissary off of the Bloom Sprite with the Wind Soldier in hand. It's going to be a 4/2 Wind Soldier. Oh. Wow.
And Alvar throws in the towel. I'm actually kind of surprised of course, we said Alvar being a very conservative player, but early on in that match when Alvar went for Runen, I think he could have just traded the Verdant Emissary into a Demon Wing, and then he would have got the +1 across everything in his hand, and he could have played a couple potentially Living Willows. He would have got the Ancient Boars coming down for their discounted cost. And I think he could have flooded the board a little more than just going for Runen every single turn.
Right.
He was just trying to go for it to, like you said, keep up with the Bone Collector, and the Bone Collector just ended up outscaling.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay. Yep. All right, into game number 4. Sunekichi looking to advance to the grand finals. Alvar down to his final deck, looking to bring it back. And it looked off the start there like we are going to have a mirror match of green-yellow sack. And yeah, definitely looks like that is what it's going to be. So very important for both players having the right early start. And again, Bone Collectors, the double coming out for Sunekichi. If he's able to get those rolling, we could see a game very similar to what we saw last game. Alvar on the other side has the early Spirit of Rebirth. If he's able to get his cards rolling that way, he'll get the extra buffs from those. But potentially, if he's able to get one buff and then get it onto the Deepwood Stalker, he can get a good clear onto a Bone Collector. Going to probably be very slow. Generally what we see a lot in green-yellow sack is both players just sitting back, trying to scale up the Bone Collectors, and then eventually drop a big Soul Eater down.
Oh boy. The Bone Collectors are back. The double green-yellow. We've seen some very long games of green-yellow. I think like 20-25 minutes. There was, a few tournaments ago of just green-yellow versus green-yellow, and nobody wanted to make the first move.
Yeah, it really depends on the build as well. I remember one vividly. I can't recall who it was, but it's just like both players were just constantly sacrificing, getting their Bone Collectors rolling and getting Shaitan Assassins down, and then they had basically every land on their own side filled in, except for all of the bridge lands in between that actually connected both players. And they were both just waiting for exactly the right play to line up before they moved out. I think it was just like a Fanatic or something that eventually came down. And then as soon as one trade happened, it was like the dominoes just all fall.
Yeah. Oof. So pretty standard start. Spirit for both players is always promising.
Yeah, both players right now with actually a lot of good early setup. You have Spirit of Rebirth for both, of course, the Bone Collectors on Sunekichi's side, and then we see the Village Elder, the Bloom Sprite, as well as the Rakoan Shieldmates and the Village Elder on Alvar's side. But nobody has any actual sacrifice tools yet. You have all of the support cards, but none of that actual sacrifice to start getting things rolling. Big thing here is neither player really wants to go for draws to find those tools, because you want to be able to play a Soul Eater as soon as it comes down. So it's very important for Green Yellow Sack to get to that 6 lands and then start drawing.
Yeah, you want to be able to do as much as possible each turn. With gifts and drawing, and try to get as much value out of each turn as possible. You don't want to be missing stuff each turn. You want to be double collecting, try to get ahead of your opponent in Faeria, because it sometimes will come right down to the last few Faeria, even in these games where it seems like there's a ton of Faeria on the board. But both players prioritizing their land placements and creature placements very well. And honestly, whoever draws Doomgate first is going to be in a really, really good spot. Or, whoever starts proccing their stuff first is going to be able to get to their Soul Eaters faster. So it's going to be all about who draws it first, I think. And in what order.
Sitting at the current position, it's basically just whoever draws their first sacrifice tool.
Right.
Because right now, if Sunekichi's able to find it, he gets his Bone Collectors rolling, he gets that Spirit rolling. If it hits on a Deepwood Stalker, he can potentially clear Alvar's Spirit of Rebirth. But the same can be said for Alvar. If he's able to find a sacrifice target and get a buff onto a Deepwood Stalker, then those can come down and kill Bone Collectors. So it's just a lot of kind of what-ifs. And really nicely there for Alvar. because Sunekichi played the village elder just that one space away, and it's not within Bone Collector range. Alvar goes for the clear, and then now lines up a perfect Wind Soldier play as well.
And Deepwood Stalker on the Bone Collector if Sunekichi doesn't do anything on the right one, but I'm sure that he will. I mean, I would imagine Bloom Sprite on the Demon Wrangler just to proc both Bone Collectors for another turn. And maybe even like
that definitely looks like it'll be the line. You probably go for the Bloom Sprite directly in front of your orb, move the one Bone Collector over, then go for the Bloom Sprite sacrifice. Demon Wrangler can come down on the right, so you can eventually start to work the other Bone Collector over as well. Doomgate now found. I think you Doomgate instead of Demon Wrangler.
I think you Doomgate instead because you get a draw, and whatever is in your deck.
Actually, you could do both. You could.
Oh yeah, with the Stalker. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, if you move the 1/4 to the left, you put the Bloom Sprite directly in the middle. You can then Demon Wrangler on the left to sacrifice the Bloom Sprite, and then Doomgate on the right and sacrifice the Demon Wrangler.
Oh yeah, I see the Demon Wrangler line as well. Yeah, or I mean like the Demon Wrangler line, obviously, but the Stalker would be.
Zephyr Volpine's actually a really good one, not because of what the card represents by itself, but just the fact that it's a 0 cost that you can use just to sacrifice right away.
Yeah, we see the Demon Wrangler pickup again, so very, very good pickup. But I'm pretty sure that we'll see the Volpine come out just to try to, keep the tools in hand that he needs. You don't want to let a Deepwood Stalker go unless you can get some kind of value out of it. But the Volpine...
Demon Wrangler picked up for Alvar now as well. He can do a similar line to what Sunekichi just did, just doesn't have the Doomgate, but we'll get a draw off of the Village Elder and a guaranteed buff onto the Deepwood Stalker as well. He just doesn't have the land to actually play it this turn.
No space on Alvar's side. But he does have this really nice lane on the left side to start walking some of his stuff down. Like the Wood Soldier, that was really, really good aggressive play from Alvar, kind of sniping some of Sunekichi's resources off of his board.
It's amazing as well how quickly Green-Yellow Stack can build up a pool of Faeria when they're uncontested. We see 15 on Sunekichi's side, Alvar sitting at 11, which is going to be 16 at the start of his next turn with double collection. And it's just because everything that they play is so low-costed, being 2, 3, and then if you're able to actually get a slow start like Green-Yellow Stack wants to play, you're always double collecting. You just build up Faeria so quickly. The Soul Eater is sitting at a 5/5 for Sunekichi. I'd expect it's probably about the same, maybe a little less, something like a 3/3 or a 4/4 when Alvar draws them. So it's not really like you can even... just flood Soul Eaters onto the board. They're just not that powerful yet.
Yep. Yeah, and... Yeah, Sunekichi definitely winning the draw game here. Getting a lot more effects to go off on his side of the board than Alvar, so Sunekichi going to be scaling his Soul Eater quicker. But Alvar did draw it first, but it's not really going to matter unless Alvar can get something going. I would imagine that we see a draw here.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, you really hate to see it.
Nicely for Alvar, though, he does have the 2/1 Demon Wrangler does kind of represent killing off the Demon Wing efficiently. Deepwood Stalker is going to come down and kill off the Spirit of Rebirth, it looks like. Yep. But again, we're just kind of stalemated. Both players eventually just trying to build up to either a one-shot Soul Eater, or Sunekichi is perfectly fine with this as well because his Doomgate goes to 9 this turn, so he's only a couple off from getting Ostrogoth down.
Ostrogoth, always a threat. Oh boy.
Oh, and an Oakling picked up as well. That can be very big if it hits one of Deepwood Stalker or Wind Soldier.
I think
even if it hits the Soul Eater as well.
I think honestly, do you just play the Soul Eater and then just like guarantee the Stalker buff, or do you does it really matter on the Soul Eater? Because the Soul Eater is going to keep. Okay, I guess it's just
No, the Soul Eater was changed a little while back that it does not keep growing on board. So you do have to
I know,
be,
yeah. But like,
you have
but
to
like,
be
does it
aware once you
matter?
play it. But
Does it matter if you like get the buff on the Soul Eater? I mean, it's good. Like the Deepwood Stalker isn't going to get really any bigger now that your like spirits are gone, but the Soul Eater is going to get a little bit bigger. So when you have a 10/10 Soul Eater, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was a line where you just save the Deepwood Stalker, but I think that it was wise to get rid of the Spirit early, like you did.
yeah, the Deepwood Stalkers really only have a couple targets, depending on what their attack actually gets up to. Your first one is Bone Collector,
Yep.
then Spirit of Rebirth, and then anything,
Yep.
which is your opponent's only creature on the board that's collecting, and you can deny collection.
Yep.
Kind of in that order of importance to kill off. So the fact that Deepwood Stalker there has 3 attack lines up nicely to kill the Deepwood Stalker. It doesn't have enough attack to kill off the Bone Collector, so I don't know. I think Sunekichi's perfectly fine just playing this slow for Ostrogoth at this point. I think it's going to be when the turn that he's actually potentially this turn, you sacrifice and that takes the Doomgate up to 11.
Yep.
Your Soul Eater can come down. It's an 11/11 as well. So the fact that you play it and then it can move and attack next turn on the turn that you're going to activate the Doomgate to have Ostrogoth and have those 2 threats on board at the same time could be what Sunekichi's going to go for to swing this game.
Yeah. This is interesting. Sunekichi doesn't have. I don't think he has many things left in his deck to actually activate his abilities. Like, I mean, once the Doomgate is gone, Ostrogoth is on the board. Great, but now you can't, proc any of your abilities. Your Bloom Sprite and everything else is pretty much just going to be sitting there, unless Sunekichi runs Assassin and we haven't seen it.
Yeah, only 11 cards left in the deck. If all 3 of those are buried, then you're feeling pretty bad about it. But it's not like you've really needed them in this game. But yeah, you're right. 2 Demon Wranglers have been gone. With Doomgate gone, like you mentioned, it is going to be hard for Sunekichi to continue getting more of those sacrifices.
And it's like the opposite for Alvar. Alvar has not been able to sack pretty much anything this game. I mean, Soul Eater's only a 4/4 right now, so he is not feeling very confident. He's just trying to build a wall around his board to not let Ostrogoth hit face. And Sunekichi has kind of buried his Ostrogoth behind a bunch of his creatures. I guess he could do some rearranging and sort of break through, but I think Sunekichi is looking for the clear on the Bone Collector, right? Because you step the Soul Eater up to clear the 5/2, but the Deepwood Stalkers are just a little bit too small to... Oh, the double clear. Does he have... He has it. Sunekichi has the Ostrogoth breakthrough. If he steps the Soul Eater up, to hit the 5/2, steps Leia up, and then just rotates his Bloom Sprite, he has 2 forests to play the double Stalker, and they, kill the Bone Collector. Oh wait.
It would get a buff though.
You would need to kill it first.
Yeah.
But he still has
it.
The
thing is, you can punch through 11 this turn for.
Oh, there. Yeah. Okay, that works.
Ostrogoth unleashed. It's kind of awkward as well because part of Ostrogoth's ability being it turns off the Faeria Wells actually hurts Sunekichi more at this point because Alvar has 18 Faeria to work with, whereas Sunekichi now only has the 3 that he's going to get naturally from the start of the turn.
Yeah, and we see the Soul Eater jump up to an 8/8, getting +4/+4 in one turn, but Alvar is going to have to trade pretty much everything on his side of the board into this Ostrogoth and Soul Eater.
Demon Wrangler picked up. Demon Wrangler's not going to do it here, though.
No. It's going to have to trade.
Yeah, I mean, there is enough damage here to clear off the Soul Eater. Yep. I think he has to make a land. The 2/2 comes over. 2/4. The Demon Wrangler on the far side gets that extra as well. But kind of then what? Because Ostrogoth still represents being enough damage to punch through next turn.
Yeah.
So you have to play enough there to get the protection down, and that means maybe a Soul Eater, but Ostrogoth just clears a Soul Eater, and then you still have to deal with this 9/2 Bone Collector eventually. And Sunekichi still has 2 more Soul Eaters that are going to come out at even bigger than this one is.
Yep. Let's see the 1/1 drop. Really nice on the Demon Wrangler. Just getting that Bone Collector up.
Ooh, super interesting play coming out from Alvar here, going for the trade even though he loses his Spirit of Rebirth, just to keep the Bone Collector alive.
And he gets a huge Soul Eater out of this, so I don't know if Sunekichi runs Last Nightmare, but it won't even matter because he can't play it. There's the Soul Eater for Sunekichi. Same as Alvar, actually, interestingly enough. Does Sunekichi have what it takes to break through? Does he have lethal this turn? Not sure if he does.
Yeah, I don't see lethal right now. But potentially, like, you can play Wind Soldier to clear off the Demon Wing, and then Ostrogoth can clear the Bone Collector if you want to go for it that way.
You could value trade the Bone Collector, yeah, with the...
He's now gone for a line that doesn't do it, but it just kills the Soul Eater.
Yeah.
It lines up a very similar way where you just go Deepwood
Right.
Stalker instead then, instead of the Wind Soldier.
Both Bone Collectors still getting buffed from Sunekichi.
Big thing here as well, though, so as I mentioned of Ostrogoth turning off the wells actually hurting Sunekichi more than it did Alvar, we now see Sunekichi at 0 Faeria after that play, whereas Alvar still has 8, so even though the Soul Eater was cleared, Ostrogoth dying on Sunekichi's turn means that wells are going to turn back on and Alvar will collect.
Yep.
He'll be able to play that Soul Eater plus other stuff, and that could be actually big enough for Alvar to create enough of a power advantage on that.
Oh, Doomgate.
And there's his own Doomgate. So
okay, this could be good. This could be good.
Yeah, it's Alvar's basically been able to hold on long enough against the big Soul Eaters. He still has to deal with this one big Bone Collector, but it's still moving slow enough that he can deal with it. And he has his own Soul Eaters going to come down, and his own Doomgate eventually going to pop as well. So
Yep.
Alvar was able to absorb the pressure, and now he's able to find those things that can eventually get him there.
The Vulpine on both sides off of the Bloom Spray. What are the odds of that? Probably going to see a little bit of remaneuvering here. Possibly killing the Demon Wing with the 2/2.
Yeah, you have to play something.
Yeah.
I don't mind playing the Vulpine in front, whether it was play the Vulpine or get the Demon Wing to move back, but you needed to play something there. You can't lose a game in this situation by just letting your opponent play into something like a Fanatic.
Yep. That is a lot of buffs on the Soul Eater, playing a very dangerous game. Fortunately for Alvar, he does have his own Soul Eater, and we have not seen any Nightmares. We have not seen any Demons. This has all been raw stat trading from both players. And that 8/11 Bone Collector could be an issue in the future for Sunekichi's Soul Eaters. If Alvar can deal with Sunekichi's Soul Eaters, he's already dealt with Ostrogoth and one Soul Eater. This could be an interesting game. I mean, Leia is still lurking on the left side as well, so some repositioning of Leia could greatly sort of prevent Alvar from pushing. So the Bone Collector step up dangerously close to Alvar's face.
This Bone Collector is going to be able to be cleared here. 14-14, there's a lot of stats sitting here for Alvar to deal with this Bone Collector. And again, I think it's just he was able to absorb the early pressure, and Sunekichi's running out of endgame resources.
That Voice of Hunger, though.
That is potentially going to be a massive creature. You potentially don't want to go for it, though, because if you were to use it on something like a Soul Eater, then you actually lose the charge 3, even though you do get a creature that gets a little bigger. There's not really anything in Green-Yellow Sack that has a ton of extra life than it does attack. So potentially it gets a Bone Collector, but that only really gains 3 attack. It's not like eating a Living Willow that you then gain 7.
Right. It's a 2020 Soul Eater for Alvar. Probably going to see that come down this turn just to do some damage mitigation. We finally
Trade
see...
has to be made there, so...
Yep.
Getting really close here to
Monk
the
ass.
game coming to a conclusion by one player just one-shotting with their big creature. 25, 20, 26,
27.
And 27 against the Spirit Birth as well. Spirit of Rebirth buff as well. 27, 27. The big problem here will be, how does Alvar find the angle to punch through?
Very, very big boy. And no Last Nightmare and no Shaitan Demon in sight for Sunekichi. So I would imagine that the Soul Eater has to go somewhere other than where it is right now just to stay alive.
Yeah, Alvar going for the block there on his Bone Collector, trying to keep it alive with the Soul Eater, does expose the Doom Guard here, so I would expect the Soul Eater probably zips over and clears that. And then maybe Sunekichi just plays his other Soul Eater, but he potentially goes for some smaller stuff first. I believe Alvar still has one Soul Eater left, so if this one can deal with both Soul Eaters that Sunekichi has left, then Alvar will have the final big creature, but Leia still exists, so
yes,
it could come down to whichever of these Bone Collectors that are currently on board is bigger. Also worth noting, Sunekichi is 3 cards further ahead towards Fatigue, so if the game state stays exactly where it is, he'll hit Fatigue first for 3 turns, which is only 6 damage, and he's still 5 at that point ahead of Alvar, because because Sunekichi was able to get that one hit into the orb earlier on.
Right. You see the Leia stepping up very wisely. And it's interesting because if Alvar chooses to try to go face, which he probably wouldn't, Leia could just step back. So, you know, Sunekichi is kind of forcing Alvar to, you know, you could trade the Bone Collector, but... Ooh, I don't know. Wait. So, if the Soul Eater just steps over and clears the 18-18, and then he'll just clear the other Soul Eater, right?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, am I missing something? Like, I
think you're right. The step up by Leia was very well executed.
Yeah.
As planned out for Sunekichi of, whatever you go to clear, I'm going to make sure that Leia is there to kill the Soul Eater. Now putting the 18-18 down, especially off to the right, that allows the Soul Eater to move that one space and actually clear that off. Now, the awkward part about that is Alvar would like to move the Bone Collector down and get that extra buff, and then it gets cleared by Leia instead, but that also exposes the orb, so you can't do that.
Nope. And Wind Soldier... Oh, wait. No, yeah, there's no lethal for Sunekichi next turn.
Wind Soldier, no, can't create the right line for it. The other kind of awkward thing for Alvar here is that Bone Collector in hand is kind of dead because you can't stack it fast enough at this point in the game. So it eventually becomes probably a 0-3 taunt.
I think, yeah, Alvar is just, you know, gonna have his last Soul Eater just carry him at this point. And you just block your face. This is the last Soul Eater for Sunekichi, and it's just a 16-16 that gets cleared by the 27. But not quite enough. Even with the Leia clear and, you know, some shenanigans with Wind Soldier, there's still no way for Sunekichi to get lethal this turn. And it might actually come down to fatigue. But Alvar, I think, is still standing pretty strong. That Bone Collector is in very good health right now. Better health than Sunekichi's board behind him. So
it's so close at this stage. It's very tense on essentially both players running on fumes.
Yeah.
Both players trying to find whatever is going to be the last thing that they need to punch through. There's lethal damage on board. How do I get it to hit the orb?
Yeah.
And there's I think, is there enough here on the right or on the left for Alvar to clear the 16/16 without using his Soul Eater? 13 goes to 11, and then from it dying, the Bone Collector goes to 9, and the other one goes to 2.
I think you'd have to draw a Wind Soldier, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because Leia still exists, so Leia kills your Soul Eater. It's not like you can, push with the Soul Eater.
And Sunekichi recognizing his predicament.
Wind Soldier is picked up. That eventually could be a line 2 for Alvar.
I think that... But the question is, do you just hope that your Bone Collector can carry you? Because honestly, I think that you kill the... you just trade Soul Eaters. I honestly think you just trade Soul Eaters here because the Bone Collector will be able to keep itself healthy, right? I mean, you just step down, clear the 2/6, I think, right? And then you just trade your...
Wait for him to kill the Soul Eater on this turn.
Yeah, maybe not efficiently.
Oh,
no.
The Wind Soldier can come down and do it, actually. Yes, that's a very good line.
Yep. Here we go.
Soul Eater comes across. They just trade.
Yep. Yeah, that's a very good line.
Oh, hold on. If the Oakling hits one of these Wind Soldiers, that's lethal. Oh, it hit the Recoan Shieldmate. Because Leia could have stepped up, killed the Bone Collector, and then the Wind Soldiers, either one could have reached the face there for 5 or for 9.
Wow, and that was double. He had 6 Faeria, exactly. I mean, he would have had 8, 9, actually, but if he would have collected with Leia, but Wow.
Alright, so now for Sunekichi, still resource onto the board. I actually think you could go for the Demon Wrangler onto the Bloom Sprite. That still exists where you do get a good card out of it.
Yeah.
Sharing Statue is actually going to hold this Bone Collector in place. Sunekichi might be able to get there with the other one.
This is kind of bad for Alvar now. He got a little bit greedy. He did step up and clear the 2/6, but the Bone Collector is a little bit weaker now, so Alvar is going to have to figure something out here. Because that Bone Collector is going to roll right through him, and here comes the Wind Soldier. Yep.
Yeah, Wind Soldier. You can even go
and the Demon Wrangler.
There's no way to clear it.
Oh boy. Alvar needs to draw something on the ASAP. Like it has to be. Nope, that's a Soul Eater.
Usually you love to hear that sound at this point in the game, but with this current board state, you do not.
Alvar needs a Wind Soldier right now.
Yeah, it needs to be Wind Soldier or Deepwood Stalker. I haven't been tracking if he played all of his Deepwood Stalkers, and that's it. That's going to be the game.
And Sunekichi will advance to the...
Sunekichi finds the way through a very early play with Ostrogoth and his first Soul Eater, which was, I say, only an 11-11, but the fact that we got ones to 26-26 in the end game there. Sunekichi, again, finding that early hit, and then finds a buffed Wind Soldier as well as the sacrifice, the Demon Wing, leaving that 5 damage in behind, takes the game and takes the series over Alvar, and he will advance to the finals.
All right, we're back with the 3rd and 4th place match of the 5th Seifer Open. Alvar and Rundong, both players doing fairly well today, well enough to make it to the 3rd and 4th place match, obviously. And Rundong with some shenanigans. Definitely some shenanigans on the bottom here. Alvar's list's looking actually pretty similar to ESofDawn's, who we will be seeing in a few minutes. Very vanilla kind of average. We can kind of piece together what they might be. And Rundong on the bottom, just no idea. These first two, I don't know what they could be, but I'm sure that...
Well, yeah, Alvar we saw, of course, in the previous series. Rundong, if you had tuned in during our break there, you would have seen on the Korean stream, running some very interesting ones. Like you mentioned, he's got a red-blue discount-style deck. He's got the mono-blue, which I believe had 1 red, which is probably just Garridan in it. And then down the end was this deck that he's starting on, it looks like, which is a blue-yellow, more kind of tempo style. Yep. Of course, you have Toe Ship. Early Toe Ship's always phenomenal in this because you can get out between the wells, very early setup, and get rolling with that. And then you have all of your resources, your economy set up to control the early game. Alvar coming out with this Reaver. We also saw him start off the previous series against Sunekichi with, and a really good start for him as well. Battletoads, you have the early control of Frogify to make an early trade, and then set up for your Forbidden Library.
Yeah, library looking very, very nice in Alvar's hand. The only thing that could make this better probably would be a water elemental, but I think that Alvar will be sitting nice with these 2 Battletoads to collect for him. Rundong does not quite have the answer yet, but he does have the Toe Ship, one of the best turn 2 cards in the game, considered by many. Going to probably start setting up in the wells while Alvar is still collecting. He opts to go same side with the Toads. A little bit unlike Alvar. I think that Alvar normally would like to play on the left and right side and control his own side of the board, but see how he adapts to this blue-yellow.
Yeah, usually that's what we see players go for with the Battletoads, is 1 to each side, and then you set up for collecting off both of your own wells. However, it's just really important for this blue to have double collection going. So if Alvar is able to establish that by double collecting on the right, he's perfectly fine going for that instead of the defensive one. With the early Toe Ship, like you mentioned, if Rundong is able to move that up with something like the Fanatic that we see he has in hand, you can then potentially get a good early trade onto one of the Battletoads and deny that double collection. So Alvar just going for, I need both set up on the right side so I can ensure double collection.
Oh, wow.
We're actually going to see the Toe Ship come all the way across and clear one on this side, though.
That land got yeeted. It's the only word I can use. It just got dragged across the whole board, and there you go. Rundong has an aggressive land with a beautiful setup on the Toad.
Yeah, I love these types of extra movements when you have Toe Ship. I've run very similar styles with something like Triton Banquets, and it's always funny with the jump because you jump over a land and then it drags its land with it as well. So you can get a lot of really good plays. And another one there gets dragged all the way back across to the left side into the bottom corner this time. So
interestingly enough, Alvar will have the clear on this.
Yeah, could go for the clear if he wants, but does mean that he would not collect this turn. Is it worth going for here? I think it is worth going for because you don't really need anything else. You could go for, again, like you mentioned, you have the clear by jumping the frog over and using the Emperor's Command as the last bit of damage, and then you would establish the water elemental. Could go for that because you don't have anything else to play. It's just the water elemental coming down, and it still builds up towards your Forbidden Library as well. And that is the proper reaction there. The Choking Sand picked up means 5 damage to the orb, and Alvar now gets a little punished for being greedy with just playing the water elemental in front of the Toe Ship. Yeah,
I think collecting is definitely a better option there. If you once you clear the Toe Ship, you buy yourself a little bit of space. I mean, it's not, it's 5 damage, right? It's not terrible, but now Alvar getting very, very lucky with the pickup on the commander. Something to play that he can recover from, and the library is most likely going to come down this turn on the far right side, as we see.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair there, Alvar did get punished by taking 5 damage, but it's not like he's now in any worse position. If he had gone for the clear with the Battletoad on the previous turn, the water elemental still would have died to Choking Sands exactly the same way. He actually ended up gaining 1 extra Faeria because the Battletoad survived an extra turn.
Right.
So it ended up being that Alvar actually gained from that situation, even though he sacrificed essentially 5 life for 1 extra Faeria.
Yeah, and we just saw Alvar play. It might look a little bit weird because we see the Celestial Tower and the Fanatic able to clear the 4-2, but it is not able to clear the library. If Alvar would have played the 4-2 anywhere else, the 3-2 could have stepped all the way. Wait, did I miscalculate that? I think Alvar might have made a mistake. That 3-2 can actually clear the 4-2. I thought that for some reason he played it so it would protect the library, but the 3-2 couldn't even reach the library.
Well, the 3-2 also can't reach the commander here just because it doesn't have the land in the right positions. It could get the charge 3, which gets there.
Oh, yeah.
Rundong
sorry.
wouldn't have the lands over there to be able to reach either way.
I'm getting all my abilities mixed up. It does not have flying. I've been seeing a lot of flying today, so for some reason I thought I had flying. Yeah, my mistake. That was a really good line by Alvar. I misspoke. Not procking. And he does proc. Okay.
Drake Rider coming down in that position is actually kind of awkward because even though the Celestial Tower could give it charge 3, that still doesn't reach any of Alvar's lands. The Drake Rider being here, however, does line up for any movement tricks that Rundong could pick up via another Fanatic or potentially something like a Flash Wind, but here it just doesn't kind of set up to guarantee the corruption proc.
Uh-oh. We've seen this card several times already today, the Polywog. I'm interested to see if somebody will go for it eventually. Probably the Ninja Toad on the 3/2. Just to get rid of it.
Yeah, it looks exactly like what he's going to go for. Even just trading, creature for creature at this stage is fine for Alvar because he's eventually going to outscale with the library. Now the Frogify there ends up being a little bit of punishment coming out for Rundong here because he's able to go for something like the Spirit Theft. He now picks up Outland Ranger, could go for the Campfire buff onto the Frog and still kill the commander as well.
He has several options. He could actually Nightmare it, which is not great at all, but he has 3 options, right? The Spirit Theft, the Outland Ranger, or the Nightmare. He's gonna opt for the Theft.
I like Theft because you have the ability to then take a 4/2, which has a lot more movement.
And you already have a lake.
And you can go clear the library, even though I don't think there's anything that would be run in this deck, unless Rundong is running Colossus as a win condition. It's just that the commander with the extra movement represents eventually going across and killing the library.
Yeah. Most likely a Spell Whirl, and then probably Leia coming down. Yeah, most definitely Leia coming down.
I'm really tempted to look for the Wavecrafter here. Wavecrafter can defend as well as potentially then setting you to 3, and then you'd have even more economy gained from the library.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't think it's worth it just because of the max downside. Yep. Of course, we see the Last Nightmare is in Rundong's hand, and if you play the Wavecrafter there and your opponent does have Last Nightmare, I think you just lose the game. You just never recover from that position.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Leia was very good there. I mean, he had the option for the Polywag, but I don't know. It's just so much Faeria for like decent stats. You're not using it to its maximum potential. I think that Rundong is considering Nightmare on that. Very heavily considering Nightmare on that. I don't think he'll go for it though. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I really still want to get this commander over to try to kill the library here. It looks like that is what he's going to go for. You should still, I think, consider the Soul Drain onto the Ruby Fish, even though it only deals 1 damage. It does deny the collection. He's not even going to go for that either.
So it looks like the commander will be clearing the library here. Unless Alvar could draw into another Ninja Toad if he runs it. I mean, he could block if he really wants. I would honestly block it. But, I mean, you don't have enough Faeria. You'd have to draw and make a land, and be able to play that creature.
It's tough right now as well, because if Alvar goes for blocking with something like the Wavecrafter and then it gets cleared,
wait.
Then he ends up with...
What about a double neutral? And then, like a... Yeah, or just step the fish up, yeah. Protect the library. There you go. I don't know why I said double neutral, but...
Well, double neutral would have worked there because the commander is aquatic.
Yeah.
So you could have blocked the one angle with just a prairie tile and the other angle with a creature, because, like I mentioned, I don't think there's anything that's going to be coming down in Rundong's deck that actually procs the commander to bump it up.
So
Alvar just actually going to give up his library here is very interesting. He goes for basically trying to win through the Shaitan Demon production, I think.
Yep. We do see the Soul Drain for Rundong, which will buy him an extra turn, but I don't know, will it be enough? I mean, like, Rundong could do the same thing to Alvar and leave his library alive, right? But do you think that's too risky? I mean, a 5/3 on face with the Nightmare on the... You kill the Leia. Uh-oh. That's really bad, actually, for Alvar.
Yeah, now you can do it. If you go for...
You have to... Oh.
Yeah, if you last Nightmare the Reaver here...
Yep.
And hit face,
yep.
And then Flash Wind away, so that the commander is then in a position to go back next turn, or to set up for like a Wind Soldier Soul Drain.
Yep. And so Leia,
turn,
and so Leia can't pop and get the Shimmering Statue to gain life back, right? Because if you leave the commander where it is,
it looks like Rundong is going to take kind of the Seifer line of clearing the library, deny that value, and then reset for where he can punch through. Alvar just has to hold on now and get another Dream Reaver down, potentially maybe another creature up towards the face, but he may just need another Dream Reaver defensively. Another Wavecrafter picked up off of the second Spell Whirl here. Third Spell Whirl? Have we seen all 3 Spell Whirls now?
Yes, we have. I believe. I think so.
I was just going to say, like, I don't think the Polywog and Wavecrafter started in the deck. I know the Disciple and the Rubyfish was the one. So I think that's all 3 Spell Whirls now played for Alvar, which kind of devalues the Disciple that's in hand as well. He could have played that and then gone Spell Whirl and potentially get a couple buffs onto the Disciple, but he's now not going to be able to get that rolling. Potentially we just see a Water Elemental, but I'm not sure if that's even worth it. I think Alvar is just going to go for potentially another Dream Reaver up towards the opponent's orb, heal himself, and then let the Shaitan Demon plus the 1 hit from the Dream Reaver be enough. It's interesting because there's a lot of decisions to be made around the production of both players taking 2 damage themselves and where you can actually commit to go for a race. So if Rundong had left the library alive, he potentially could go for more of a race situation. There actually is lethal on board right now for Rundong.
See if you could find it. I see it.
Yeah. The play here would be to create an aggressive desert. You can move, I believe, either the Shaitan Demon or Commander works, and then you last Nightmare your own creature to open up the angle for both Wind Soldiers to hit the orb. But Rundong didn't see it because he needed to create a desert as part of that play.
There was lethal. It's kind of weird, though, like, trying to think about using Wind Soldiers to, you know, like, nightmaring your own creature.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of something that stems back from what old Yellow Rush used to do with all of the small haste creatures. You would hit a couple times and then line up for something where you could hit with like an Ordra Monk and then Soul Drain your own Monk to get that angle for another creature to punch through. Yeah. It's something that some players just aren't as familiar with, depending on their experience with Yellow Rush, especially with what the new Yellow Rush is. So if Rundong had been familiar with that further back, he may have considered it because it's kind of that muscle memory of I've done this before. How do I apply it to the same to a similar situation now?
Yeah, there was lethal there. It was a little bit conspicuous, but it's hard to blame the players, though, right? I mean, you have to understand, like, there is some pressure. You know, these players are both fairly high ranked, so you don't really want to mess up. So you don't want to try to go for lethal and miss it, or maybe take too much time and feel rushed at the end. So it's understandable, but still a little bit unfortunate for Rundong missing lethal there. And I don't know if he's going to be able to win the long game.
Yeah, and Rundong in that situation was also playing not to lose, right? That water elemental was near his orb, so he's going, okay, how do I assess the defensive lines ahead of where I get to actually assessing the aggressive lines.
Yeah.
Because what he's done since has set him up to win, it looks like.
Well, he was maybe worried about like Aurora with Ninja Toad possibly. So, like down the line, we have not seen Aurora from Alvar yet. So Rundong probably trying to play around that a little bit.
Well, and not even not having seen it from the deck, he's got 6 cards in hand right now that didn't start in his hand.
Yeah.
5 cards.
Yeah, 5.
1,
2.
I think 4 in hand.
Yeah, 4.
He played the Water Elemental. He played something else, but Rundong just plays it out with conservative lines and takes game number 1.
Yep. So missing lethal, but being able to pull it back was good for Rundong, and very quick selection on both players' sides. Alvar taking the green. Interesting. I guess we're gonna see if Rundong can use his Frogifies wisely. I think Alvar does run Runin. So
I don't think there was Frogifies' removal coming out from Rundong. Playing just the blue.
Oh yeah.
You're probably playing.
Oh, he was yellow. Sorry,
just
sorry about
ship.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, well then this will be a little bit more of a interesting match, I think. Ooh, there's the Runin.
Early Beastmaster again coming out for Alvar, going to be very important through this match. So one of the big things to note here is that it's basically going to be the extra movement that is available to Rundong versus the extra stats that are available to Alvar. There's also a bit more removal available to Rundong in Last Nightmare's Choking Sands, like we see him just picked up there. So it's definitely going to be, I think, more favored towards Rundong making the decisions towards what plays he wants to go for, and then Alvar reacting by just putting more creatures down onto the board.
Yeah. Oh boy. I think... do you think that should have been a Choking Sand? I think maybe Rundong should have played that a little bit more conservatively. Do you think?
That's a little greedy to go for, yeah.
I think he should have maybe gone left and just taken the Choking and then waited till next turn to double collect with Drake Rider. Now we're going to see the Grove Guardian being able to get value out of that, and I'm sure
you're still okay with 1 buff. It's not the end of the world.
Right.
To be fair, it depends also on the hand. So I think the fact that Rundong doesn't have any movement in hand, I don't like going for the Drake Rider instead of the Choking Sand, because then you end up with this situation where your opponent is going to get 1 proc off and you still have to Choking Sand. So you essentially gave them a free campfire. But if Rundong had something like a Flashwind in hand, and it was potentially Last Nightmare instead of Choking Sands that we're talking about, then you can actually save it, because whatever creature comes down for Alvar, you can Last Nightmare, and then have the movement to get in and clear the Beastmaster. But Rundong's still going to play it even greedier. It doesn't look like he's going to go for the Choking Sand again.
I think definitely you need to be Choking Sand. We've seen how powerful Beastmaster can be in previous games today, and I think it's definitely a priority in green. And Alvar is very happy that Beastmaster is going to be gaining even more value now. And I mean, we might see the Choking Sands come down on the Willow eventually. If we don't see it this turn, I will be very, very surprised. There's the Nightmare. No reason for Rundong to not clear the
still no movement in hand though.
Yep.
So what could be a very good play of having the Nightmare to clear through the taunt and then an extra movement isn't available for Rundong. So I think we see exactly what he did last turn. We'll go for a Drake Rider, moves into the top right corner, and just play the 3rd Drake Rider out.
Oh, there it is. Probably could have been a Flashwind. I would think that
there's no line for it, so you still have to wait another turn.
He will have it here, though. See if Alvar can call it and do some just getting value, feeding the Willows, and I think he definitely played the Golem before. Yep, he's going to play it all. Getting so much value out of that Beastmaster. Alvar got 1, 2, 3, +4 out of that Beastmaster simply because Rundong did not Choking Sand at that first turn.
Yeah, and not only that, he got the extra Faeria off of the Feed the Forest on the Willow, getting the extra buff as well. So a massive swing in value that Alvar is able to create just because Rundong didn't go for that Choking Sand.
Yep.
All right, so now we have the play available for Rundong. Can go for, again, that Last Nightmare onto the Grove Guardian. The Drake Rider that's on the right can move down and then be Fanaticked over one space and then clear the Beastmaster. But it might be too late at this
That's
point.
what I'm saying. I think it's going to be a little bit too late, actually. I mean,
Alvar's creatures are all right in front of his own orb, but he's going to eventually start to push them up.
Yep.
So, Rundong is going to be under pressure in this game, and he only has so much removal. The fact that you're using one Last Nightmare right now means that the Therian Golem, or potential second or third Therian Golem, has no removal answer. And then what do you do from that stage? So
right,
it's in Alvar's hands to make the play to push up the board, but he has the resources in order to do that.
Yeah. I just see an Emissary come down and pass, yeah.
Big thing to note as well here, the Choking Sand now starts to lose value from Rundong because there are less and less targets for it.
Right.
Potentially the next Beastmaster that comes down, you just Choking Sands that right away because you have it in hand. But another key one as well will be potentially Spirit Theft when Rundong draws it. I believe we did see one in the last game, so we know that he is running them in the deck, and there it is.
Yep.
So if Rundong plays this a little slower, he can actually get the Fanatic to attack into Runin and Spirit Theft Runin. And then he can start to have his own to keep up with everything Alvar plays.
I mean, he could even, Drake Rider it if he needs to. I mean, I think that's what his plan is now because of the Fanatic jumping back. It kind of signifies that he might want to try it with the Drake Rider, but probably going to see the Stalker come out, so he will have to do it with the Drake Rider now, which is a pretty good line if Rundong can continue his collection somehow and play Runin every turn. It will be a Runin race.
Yeah, Alvar will start a little bit ahead because his will be 6/6, whereas Rundong's will come down as a 4/4.
Yep.
The first time, but yeah, he's creating a forest, which this deck does not run anything that plays forest, so he is going to go for that Spirit Theft.
Yeah, and he will have to he won't have to the first time, but he will have to every time after that. So, or he will have to have it after he plays it the first time. So it's going to be...
Yeah, the first one will be wild, but once it comes back into your hand, it turns back into just a generic copy of Runin.
Right.
And then you need it to actually... You have to have the forest to actually play it.
He's going to go for it, I think.
Does end up being a little awkward for Rundong as well because he has these two toe ships in hand, which he basically just can't play because he's not going to get to the lakes.
Okay, so we see... Maybe if Alvar can pick up on this, maybe he can stop it. Oh, he didn't.
He just didn't find anything. Alvar also going for draws means he's not able to extend his lands, and his creatures are just sitting in front of his own orb. It kind of ends up being awkward where you want to be pushing up, at least create like 2 prairies and start getting your creatures there slowly before you start drawing.
I wonder if Alvar is he's gonna pick up on the Spirit Theft on Runin. If he does, he could really Rundong would have wasted those turns, and it doesn't not look like he picked up on it. Maybe he did. Maybe he was just okay with it because he knows that.
There was nothing really that he could have done about it on that turn.
Yep. Because he has to be drawing right for like Feed the Forest and stuff like that, but you can't really maneuver your Runin. And I mean, Alvar might be okay with Rundong wasting turns to make those forests, knowing that his Runin will always be stronger.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see the 4/4 come down for Rundong here, but there's a 6/6 and potentially a 7/7 if Alvar chooses to trade the Verdant Emissary into it.
I mean, I think it just Kaios comes down, right? Runin Kaios. Am I missing something?
No, I think that's exactly the play.
I mean, you could even just trade your Emissary into the 5/4, value trade this, the Runin, and then just Kaios Runen and you're good to go. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
Yep.
I love it. The golem steps up as well. You've now created the bridge between, so you can start to push your creatures up. You get 5 buffs from this emissary, as well as another very big one. Deepwood Stalker gets to the 5 life total. So once you get your next Beastmaster, you potentially have a really good play into that as well.
Ooh.
Goes for the trade instead. He actually could go. Yeah, okay. He's gonna go for the little bit slower line.
I would imagine Kaios, right? Yeah, Kaios.
Play it one up. Oh, did not need.
And now the Choking Sands actually can't reach Kaios, so it has to be a nightmare if Rundong wants to kill it. Rundong has to make another land if he wants to play Runen this turn, which he might. Those tow ships are losing more and more value as the game goes on, I think. Maybe not necessarily, but as more lands are getting created, you know, you have a lesser chance of getting a really, really good aggressive land. So having to focus on making those forests for Runen has kind of set him back a tiny bit. Not much, but...
Yeah, not much. He still has the Fanatic back defensively to collect. If he didn't have that extra creature back defensively, then yes, he had essentially wasted, because you can't keep up the economy to play a Runen every single turn. Gonna go for the Colossus first, basically just as a make your opponent waste resources into something else and then play the next Runen. But it's just something that Alvar doesn't really even need to deal with right now. He can play Runen and just body block the Colossus at this point,
and force the Runen to die every turn. I mean, we could see the Sagami come out and just kill it. Yeah, I don't hate that line. I don't hate that Sagami line.
The only thing that you end up with in the Sagami line is that you even out the Runen race. If Rundong's going to go for a Runen on this next turn, it's a 6/6, which is exactly the same as yours. Well, Alvarez has taken up the extra +1/1, got to 7/7, but the fact that it's then kind of Rundong with the first Runen advantage, if it continues just to be that way.
So wait, if Runen dies, will it be a 9/9 when it comes back?
I believe it comes down as an 8/8.
8/8, oh.
That 1/1 is like a temporary buff.
Okay, I gotcha. Interesting.
Because I also think if you use something like Humbling Vision onto Runen, it comes back in your hand gaining 2 life from what it originally was. So if you play it as like a 6/6, but then you humble it down to 3/3, I believe it still comes down as an 8/8, not as a 5/5. Like, it doesn't work the other way around.
I see. We're gonna see the Willow Taunt. Kaios is getting pretty aggressive. Not really. Oh, that doesn't really matter though, does it? The Flash Wind, because the Runen can't trade anymore because it got Kaios'd once. I mean, you could Wind Soldier, but
yeah, not really a great line for it here. You probably just Choking Sand the Willow and clear the Sagami, but it doesn't really accomplish enough. You can clear Chaos because you can jump your Fanatic over and hit it, but then you don't have anything left on board. You have the 5/2 Runen that just dies immediately, so... Chaos picks off the Fanatic there as it gets down to 0 life.
See the Grove Guardian come down.
Alvar in full control again, has had this boar in the bottom corner the entire game, just giving him all the extra Faeria that he needs to play at least a creature every single turn. Yeah, and there it is, Rundong going to concede. I think going for the Runen was just too greedy.
A little bit greedy. I think that game
wasn't able to keep up with all the other creatures that Alvar was playing.
I think that game was just greedy. I mean, from the start, Rundong tried to rush instead of choking, and that really came back to bite him, I think. Like, it was slow, but it was there, you know, slowly getting outvalued, and the picking up the emissary was really great with the Kaios, and the Kaios not being able to be, you know, choking was very, very important right there. Had to be a nightmare if you wanted to get rid of it for Rundong.
Yeah, and then it ended up doing a lot of work because Runen just wasn't able to trade into things afterwards.
Oh boy. Here comes the Phantasm. Probably going to be running Frogifies for Rundong. He was indeed prepared for the mono-green matchup, it seems.
Yeah, and looks like we're just going to see maybe a more sevens style list, but with the library in there, potentially Dream Reaver as well coming out from Rundong.
You know what? I like Commander one space to the right next to Rundong's orb, so he can go double collect on the right instead of the left. Because Alvar's already said he wants to go to the left. He could go to the right, but I don't know. It does open up a lot of options, right? This line sets you up for potentially trading into whatever your opponent plays. If it was something like Beastmaster coming down from Alvar, then the commander can go and clear that Beastmaster. But the fact that it's now not able to set up a trade means that it only single collects, where, like you mentioned, it could have gone across to the right and been in a position to set up for double collection next turn. So, this is okay as well. I mean, Rundong kind of realizing that, Alvar's going to the left, and so I'm going to go to the right. And pretty good heads up from him to not play it. I mean, he could have played it on the left side and just gone to the right, but Alvar realizes that he is not favored in this blue matchup for the most part.
Yeah, this is one where you do have to be a little more aggressive. Yeah. You have to push up the board before they're able to get a lot of value out of the Forbidden Library, or they're able to set up trades with things like Frogify, Mirror Phantasm that we see in hand. But Rundong does have those tools, so he is going to be able to take a good trade here. A little unfortunate so far that he hasn't been able to get these commanders' abilities to proc and just get the trade by itself into the board, but the Mirror Phantasm will allow it to survive with one life.
It's a good trade, but man, that Phantasm, he might regret playing that and might actually need it later, unless, he can draw like a creation or something.
Yeah, Grove Guardian being a phenomenal pickup there for Alvar. Yeah. He just needed any creature to come down there. Yeah. If he didn't have a creature, you end up really awkward because you have this 1/2 which probably gets cleared very easily, and you have then no reinforcement to continue your collection. And if you go for a draw, then you're even further away from Therian Golem if you don't draw into something. So really important that Alvar got a creature there to be able to play.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see the library come down probably on the right side here this turn. Or maybe not a library, maybe a Gagana?
A Gagana would be very interesting. It just represents adding one more creature to the board, more so than the wild. Got Reveler, that's actually a pretty good one for this deck because it does require quite a bit of Faeria.
Fairly good placement with the library. The best place you could have put it on the board. At 5/6, in a little bit of trouble, but should be able to dig himself out. The Golem coming down.
And going to feed it as well, hoping to play 2 creatures, and does find them. So now we end up with probably Grove Guardian attacks into the Phantasm, and then you dash the boar onto that space. Really nice.
The Grove Guardian could just step back now and just collect. Doesn't have to do any more. I mean, it could go in, but it's already gotten a decent amount of value.
Again, small cards picked up here for Rundong, so the commander doesn't get its buff to a 5/5 attack, which could come across and potentially be really good into one of these creatures. But
probably play Fugaro in front of your orb, right? Just to protect your library and get the draw to maybe proc your commander. I think that's probably a decent line.
Yeah, that's probably what you go for there.
And you could even play the other. I play the commander first. I hope if he's going to go for that. Yep, he sees it.
The sky is only the beginning.
Didn't go for the second commander, and didn't get the flip again.
He did get the other library, which could be helpful. I would imagine you go for that as well.
Yeah, getting the second library down now is actually really good as well.
Okay, he has another chance.
Oh my god. I actually think you wait.
You wait. Yeah, you definitely wait. You play the library and you wait, right?
No, I think because you can move the commander back and collect, so you can go Snowstorm Lancer and library. Oh no, you don't have the lance for library.
I mean, you could Water Ellie. and then play the library, just to get it farther away. Not anymore, but
yeah, now it doesn't have the right lands for it. So Rundong is at like kind of the ideal life total to go for a second library here. 18 when you're taking 4 damage a turn is that kind of sweet spot where then you have 4 turns of taking 4 damage rather than if you're at 16 and you end up with 1 turn less. But yeah, just because of the way the lands worked out there's not really a great angle you can take.
Yeah. Water Lily still is pretty good here though, so just to add another creature. What does
Alvar
do?
Can actually kill the library if he wants to using the Grove Caller.
I think that would probably be a pretty good idea. Since he didn't see a second one, he does not go for it.
Well, it looks like he is still going to go for it. And then this kills Figaro, and then you can Grove Caller 1 step over.
I like that. I didn't even see that. I mean, I saw it, but I thought that he would have to make the land to the right of the forest right there, but this works. Yeah, I think you play this aggressively. There's literally no reason to play it back. You're already pushing Rundong back into his own orb, so you might as well just do it more, right?
I thought for a second there he hovered the orb there, and he was just going to push damage. Like, okay, you get him to 13, you potentially get 4 or 5 damage to the orb. Next turn he goes to 11 as well with the library. I was just like, is there enough actually to rush here? But doesn't end up going for that. Does clear the library, deny that value, but a lot of resources available to Rundong here, sitting at 8 Faeria, as well as 7 cards in hand and a Figaro to generate even more. With
if he can proc this, that will be very good.
The sky is only
can he proc it?
I don't think you even need to at this point, do you?
Well, because the 4/2 would step over and value trade the 2/4, right?
Oh, with the Grove Caller, yeah. That's a very good one.
So you would probably leave the boar as the last creature. You clear like 3/3, then. I mean, if you clear the 5/1, oh no, because the taunt's still. You could value trade the boar actually. This would have been a really good turn. Oh, he could creation. Oh no, you can't creation the Gagana. Honestly, creation Fugaro and just try again. No, because he has 9 cards. That wouldn't work, would it?
You would be able to do it off the first one, but yeah, you'd burn 2 cards from it. So I guess you probably just play
library,
maybe Snowstorm Lancer in the library or Water Elemental in the library.
I don't hate
Leia doesn't line up that great because she just dies for free to the boar, but
I don't
just
hate
any other
Lancer.
creature here, I think.
I like the Lancer a lot, actually. Oh, okay. Maybe
this positioning is actually not that bad for Leia. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Of course, I spoke too soon.
Always do.
Tyrion Golem picked up as well, so Alvar only able to go for 1 of these, whatever decision he wants to go for, and now that that movement's been made, he actually cannot go for the Grove Caller play anymore.
Maybe he just wants to push face.
You can't really set up the Tyrion Golem in a good spot here either, though, because Leia's within range.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you set it up behind and then go for 10. Like, next turn you just clear Leia. You play Golem this turn, like, a little bit back out of Leia's range. And you have the Grove Caller in hand, you just Grove Caller next turn. After you get rid of Leia, you know. Guess he's not going to go for that, though.
No, just going to set up the Willow. Putting that onto the board, I guess, basically just represents being another creature down. Garridan now found as well, but Kagana already dead means he will have to create the 2 mountains to actually play Garridan.
I think it's worth it, honestly. I mean, it's a 6/6 body with charge 2, and you know you need that. You need those stats on the board right now, and you have creation in hand, so it's definitely a possibility. With your library is up and in good condition, so no reason I don't think not to go for it here. Yeah, play down the well.
Yeah. And you definitely go for at least the first mountain.
Yeah,
I don't know about. Yeah, exactly. So the first one here just sets you up for a ton of different options next turn, and it doesn't impact in any way what you are already going to do for this turn. So it's probably the mountain that we've already seen, and then Water Elemental just comes down. Potentially could be the Lancer, but
I don't hate Lancer.
Lancer sets you down to 3, and you would gain back up to 6, 7, 8, 9. So you actually do need Water Elemental here just because you need the 1 extra Faeria for Garridan to be played next turn.
Right. So Water Lily does come down. He's going to have to play something else. Yeah.
Ninja Toad does grab the collection, but that will not be enough to get to Garridan next turn, though.
Kaios on the left in the well is technically safe. Could be an interesting option just to kind of, you know, start getting rid of... And I mean, honestly, if you wanted to, I mean, you could just wait for Leia to go down, but I don't know. I think you just hit in with a 4-2. It's already gotten some value, so might as well just give it some more.
Yeah, stuff at this point as well. If you hit that 4-2 in... Goes to 16. It's kind of awkward now as well, even though you have a good trade into Leia, you also don't really want her to die because you don't want that Shimmering Statue on the board.
Right.
And yeah, Alvar's going to come back and play defensively.
Oh my goodness. I have not seen that card in a long time either.
Moe Skywhale picked up. Not a great target for it right now. It could take a 2-4 just to take something off the board here. Deny some collection to Alvar and then try to push some pressure that way. But even in this turn, you just continue collection, continue playing slow. I guess you... do you go for the Moby here?
I think
I really just like going for like Lancer.
Yeah, me too. He's going for it.
Could have even double commander. Something that sets you up for... Well, I guess Garridan's not really that good anymore either.
I mean, double commander is pretty good here, especially if you're playing Reaver for Rundong. I don't know how many 7s he has left in his deck, so...
We've only seen one Mirror Phantasm, unless it's a one of. Potentially could see a couple more of those. Takes the Living Willow, actually, is interesting, because you're then setting up for deny that bottom collection and then move your creatures over to kill the Grove Caller, but doesn't go for that either.
Huh. Rundong hanging on to 2 of his commanders. Beastmaster finally for Alvar. 14 cards in. Finally picks one up.
So Alvar just trying to reset. Oh, Dream Reaver Burned is actually insane.
I wonder if if he has any more. I would imagine he has at least one more, but he needs to play some cards. Like, he needs to play his commanders. Comes the second Moby, I would imagine. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to go for. I think Rundong just trying to end the game at this point. If he goes for the second Moby here, he can take the Therian Golem and deal 9 damage to the orb this turn.
Yep, here he goes.
And again, like we mentioned with the first mountain, creating the second mountain just sets up for even more options next turn, meaning the Garridan is available if you need potentially +1 Faeria or go for a draw and then see what your options are. But Rundong is going to burn another turn. Alvar just surrenders.
Yeah. Rundong taking game 3, the best of 5. Blue-red, a little bit too strong. Very surprising. Blue-red without Gem Shell, as Gem Shell has sort of lost its magic touch, if you will.
A lot of good small creatures that Rundong was able to cycle together to defend his library. Of course, the extra Fugoro was very, very good to get another urn, but the Spellroll creatures being just small enough that Rundong could keep them out onto the board and defend the library, and then getting Leia down was a big one as well. It just kept Alvar pushed away from the second library and was able to then generate all the resources he needed.
This hand, Rundong's hand is interesting. It will be. I'm sure it will be interesting. Eventually.
Will it be made of dreams or made of memes with the double spell world start?
Here we go. Might as well
All
go
right,
for
so
it, right?
I think you're okay even just playing one.
Yeah, depending on what you get, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. So if he gets anything that he's able to play, Tyrannex is perfectly fine to go for. Just
Tyrannex.
Get that down. I don't think you need to go for the second spell roll here, but Rundong is going to go for it. Try to find something else.
Nothing else.
On Triton Sanctuary, that's actually a really good pickup as well. That's going to be a lot of Faeria generated for a deck that already generates a lot of value.
Yeah, and Alvar is probably just going to... Or Rundong is just going to walk this Wisp up the left side. And Alvar will not probably be able to do anything about that because his Bone Collector's on the right. So you want to, try to focus... I mean, he probably goes left one, yeah. But...
I think you wait one more turn because if you get Spirit of Rebirth down, then Village Elder, then Demon Wrangler, you have a pretty good shot at getting a buff onto the Deepwood Stalker, and then you can use that to clear the Wisp here for Alvar.
Yeah,
but I don't think he should go for a sacrifice on this turn.
I mean, you could play it, but you might as well just wait. Chosen picked up.
Baru actually being another very big card that Rundong got off that second spell whirl. If he's able to get it into a position where it's between all of Alvar's lands, he can actually generate a lot of value off of clearing the lands, and then Alvar won't be able to play Soul Eaters.
Fortunately, the buff goes on to the Soul Eater instead of the Stalker.
Yeah, That's a disappointing one.
Yeah.
In the second Stalker is now picked up, so then you increase whatever the next sacrifice is. You still have another turn before the Wisp is actually in a position to start snowballing, but looks like we're going to see potentially another creature played. Yeah, Tyrannex coming down onto the back corner, so he starts to collect on the other side.
I hope that Rundong recognizes that he has to save some of his transformation for the Soul Eaters. Because this game will be over if Rundong can get those, if he can play those Frogifies correctly and not just use them to have good trades. See the double Stalker not wanting to take any more chances with the Sanctuary.
Yeah, the Wisp was in a position where it was going to start buffing itself as well as double collecting, and yeah, like you mentioned, getting even more life onto that Sanctuary would have been very big. So going for the double Stalker there, even though he didn't get the buff to be able to just single Stalker, the double Stalker had to be used. There's no way you can let that Wisp continue.
I think Beirut comes down here. It's risky, but I think it's worth a shot. Yeah, collect and then just Beirut.
Doesn't really have a better option either. You can go for the Mirror Phantasm and buff the Tyrannex back up, but the two creatures combined over here for the Bone Collector and the Deepwood Stalker would be able to clear the Phantasm.
I don't like that. I think that he could have kept the Sanctuary alive for another turn or two. There's no green yellow doesn't have any threats that would even command isn't great. It wouldn't even clear it. So maybe save the Sanctuary for a little bit longer. I mean, Rundong has a very heavy hand. You'll need all the Faeria. He's going to need all the Faeria he can get.
Yeah, I think the big thing there for Rundong using it was the fact that he gets the Mirror Phantasm in that position where it can collect onto the left if the one Phantasm on the right works out. But if it doesn't, then this Phantasm can move over to the right to defend. Yep. Whereas if he had played it on the well, you're basically committing that Mirror Phantasm to just be collecting. Or you could have played it on the right, but then it sets up for Alvar actually making that first trade. So
yeah,
just ends up being, I think, a positional thing rather than a true value of the Phantasm.
The sky is only the beginning.
Double Commander. Do you just play those, do you think? If you play it on the right...
I'm tempted to get a Water Elemental down because you can play it again on the left side where it's able to then jump over and make the trade that you want rather than putting it on the right and then allowing Alvar to take the trade. You can also play the Commander over here as well. Yeah, so this is just Rundong setting up for I want to be in control of when the trades are made.
Right. Yeah, very, very good patience to not just play both your commanders on the right. Because the Bloom Sprite could have just traded in, you know, Alvar would have wanted that to happen, and then the 4/2 can just, you know, kill it. A possibility. And Rundong doing well to protect his Phantasm against the Soul Eater. It could have charged across. Kind of a stalemate right now. It's actually kind of hard to say who is ahead here. I mean, Rundong has a very heavy hand, like I said. Library would be amazing for him right now. Being able to play all those expensive cards. Coming up on Moby in 2 turns. Already has the Frogify up. Probably no need to Frogify the Soul Eater right now.
Yeah, this one looks like you can actually deal with it being at a 6/6. I think Alvar just deciding right now what he sacrifices in order to play the Demon Wrangler and then where all the movement goes. I think the sacrifice onto the Bloom Sprite is correct just because you get a card.
Oh my gosh.
God Hunter is perfectly fine to play.
Hey, it's a 0 cost. What is this? A
5/4.
0 cost 5/4? Might as well.
Yeah, it would have lined up, you know, perfectly for the commander just to eat it up, but that means it's commander not killing one of your other creatures here, so definitely could have seen that God Hunter being okay to play there.
What do you
Second
do?
Soul Eater is going to be the big one here for Alvar. You kind of want to force your opponent to deal some type of removal into the first Soul Eater, and the fact that it's a 6/6, like we mentioned, just not really at a point where he actually has to deal with it yet. You can trade some creatures into it and just, you know, deal with it that way. The second one, however, already up to a 10/10, is going to probably be Frogified right away. So even if it's something where this 6/6 gets eaten by Moby, I think that's perfectly fine for Alvar, because then that's just some type of removal gone.
Right. Yeah, and I'm glad that Rundong didn't panic and like Frogify the 6/6 there. Kind of realizing that he's going to need that later, and that, you know, he can deal with the 6/6 or even let it hit face if he needs to. And now we're probably going to see the Stalker come out on something. Would imagine the 2/1 clears the 4/1. The Stalker clears the 4/2. If Alvar really wanted to control this board, he could just clear the 3/5 on the left and collect, and have a possibility of clearing the 5/5. Of course, yeah, because it would not be in command range. So Alvar getting value out of the 6/6 Soul Eater that he just played to put pressure on. So I mean, like what, God Hunter, step everything up on the right, and then just Stalker the 4/2. Yep. Here he
Yeah,
goes.
I really like this. I think Stalker first. I guess you could step the 2/1 Stalker
Yeah,
up.
You step everything up.
But I think you do need to go for the Stalker play. Kill off the 4/2 so that you're forcing then the only creature that's left alive is the 5/5 Phantasm, which has to trade into your Soul Eater, rather than being able to have the 4/2 value trade, or the 4/2 come down and double collect would be big as well.
Yep. No, even the Frogify just is not going to be enough. Rundong's hand is too heavy. The library is too late.
Yeah, and even using the Moby as an answer to this 14/14, it can't collect Faeria, so the next turn you don't have any real response to all of these creatures. Even just the fact that Alvar is going to be pushing small amounts of damage is still going to be more than Rundong can handle.
Yep. I mean, I think +1 into library is the best bet here. Yep. Here it is.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to go for.
Yep, this is how he gets back into this game. It's the only option. Like, you need to get your libraries up. Even though you're taking a ton of damage, you still have to get your library up and get that extra Faeria.
Land going to be created here for Alvar so that God Hunter can swing to the orb. 11 damage this turn, as well as the production. And really nice movement there as well from the Hermit to step onto exactly that space. Protects the God Hunter from Moby.
Yep. I mean, the command is here, but
I don't think it matters. I think that just delays you for a turn. I don't think it actually is a way back into the game for Rundong.
you could Frogify, command to heal, and bring Moby back, but
Even that, Frogify would go on to the God Hunter because it's dealing the most damage currently. You're then taking 8 damage. You're actually taking 10 because of the library. So the command, you're at 1. So unless you draw Radiance next turn, you still don't generate enough off of this board.
Yeah, and he needs, I mean, it's his only option now. He has to draw Radiance. You can't race here. Yep, you have to heal, +1, Frogify, clear the 1/1, and just start stepping your stuff back now. And this is bad because, you know, Alvar could just kill the Moby, right? And then free his Soul Eater. If he really wanted to. Or he could just draw for Wind Soldier,
Did go for that play, but Frog even jumps across and kills the library.
And there's that's it.
So Alvar could have continued to push damage to the orb, would have put Rundong 2-1 like we were talking about, but nope, just kills the library, and then Rundong surrendering, seeing that was not going to get him out of this game. And we will have a game number 5 for 3rd place here. Rundong on a red and blue, and Alvar still on that green-yellow sack.
Oh my goodness! What is this? What is this? What is Rundong doing to us?
Yeah, saw a bit of this list being played by Rundong on the Korean stream that was covering the semifinals, and it is a blue-red discount deck. Everybody's favorite value engine.
It's my favorite. What do you mean?
Like it was doing a lot of good things with like Magnus in it. Of course, running that Walking Fortress as well, which is just a powerhouse card in the neutrals for 9 Faeria. Everything very heavy, but luckily Rundong has this Gabriel Archon to start off the game. So he is going to be able to start some collection, especially in a matchup like this, because Green Yellow Sack also just wants to play very slow.
Right. It's an interesting answer to slow decks like blue-red discount. I haven't seen it played before. I mean, like there was Werf's like Garrett Creation list, but I don't think that's what this is at all. Threatening Garrett already. This next turn. Be very careful what Alvar does. I don't think Alvar wants to do anything, and Garrett might actually just come down. I don't think it should. I think he should wait though. I mean, how confident is Rundong that he'll be able to clear the Bone Collector later in the game if he doesn't Garrett now?
Yeah, exactly. Alvar, I think, has to go for some type of sacrifice here just to get out of Garrett range. And the big thing of getting out of Garrett of that first get out of Garrett range is if Rundong goes for it now, it kills the 2 creatures around, and Bone Collector then gets even more buffs.
I think he goes for it. I think he
very
Windfall
important just to get that one.
Yeah. Windfall, and then you could Ogre Dance, but I mean, those. I don't know. Do you just wait? I think Rundong is like considering. Like, I think you wait, right? You could like Windfall, and then Ogre Dance. I mean, you could Ogre Dance, but I don't know.
You Guardian Ogre Dance and
yeah,
just kind of let that happen. He's gonna wait on one more.
Yep.
So then
that
means
I thought this was
next
Blood
turn
Song.
he can Windfall and Ogre Dance.
Yeah, I thought that was Bloodsong. Oops. Yeah, Ogre Dance is still a great card for this, though. Probably Bold Bargainer shenanigans going on.
Ooh. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be.
Oh boy. Oh no, Shaker doesn't quite work. The Bone Collector would still be out of range a little bit.
Yeah, but it also does represent killing off the 1/1 left behind by the Rakoan Shield Mate, so it's not necessarily that bad. Bone Collector, of course, does get all the buffs, but then Bone Collector is the only creature left on board, and it's directly in the middle of the board where it can't really do anything.
Yeah, probably Garrett first then. Because the Bone Collector's not going to die anyways, right? No matter how you order it. So if you really want to kill the Shield Mates, you just Garrett first. But I would imagine we see the Guardian come out and then maybe an Ogre Dance. I mean, hitting Shaker isn't that bad, right? I mean, you lose one Faeria on it, but... Or it's like one, missing out on
one max potential,
yeah,
but
right,
you still
right.
gain 2 Faeria on it.
And I mean, you still have the chance to hit either of those 2 great cards in your hand. So, and you could still play Garridan if you Guardian and Ogre Dance, full cost Garridan if you wanted on the well.
I actually really don't mind going just base cost Garridan and Groundshaker here, because then you set up for the thing is, if you Ogre Dance and it hits Walking Fortress, your whole turn is blown. So if you go Garridan and Groundshaker, then next turn you could play Ogre Dance and get it onto the Walking Fortress in a position where you can then play it.
Yep.
Instead of something like just losing the value for it.
Right.
We do see that Garridan come down, and Rundong again playing around with the movement. Garridan and the Archon both out of range of either of these creatures, where Rundong is going to be able to dictate the trades.
Just getting as many stats on the board as possible. If Rundong draws creation here, I imagine Rundong plays creation. I mean, I don't know how you couldn't.
I don't know that this deck needs creation. Of course, is very good onto Garridans, onto Groundshakers. Even onto Archons, you only pay 1 extra, essentially, for a 6/6 at that point in the game. But yeah, now Rundong just not with a real great follow-up. You probably just actually play Walking Fortress as fodder here, but I'm not sure that that's... It's going to go for the trade and Groundshaker. Slowly getting out of the range of actually being able to deal with this Bone Collector efficiently.
Right. This Bone Collector, a pain in Rundong's side.
And we do see the Ogre Dance as well. Could +1 into the Walking Fortress, but doesn't have the good lands for it, so...
Really good land blocking on Rundong's part.
If there was a Spirit of Rebirth on board, this would be phenomenal for Alvar to clear both the Archon and Garridan while keeping the Bone Collector healthy, but doesn't have that option to him. Oh, and of course, as I say it...
He gets to collect Spirit and...
Spirit far side.
Get in.
Oh. Did it in the wrong order, though. So the... Deepwood Stalker could have come down and killed the Archon, and then the Spirit of Rebirth would have buffed the Wind Soldier to 4 attack, and the Wind Soldier would have been able to clear off Garridan there. Now, the Bone Collector would have been able to stay as healthy as possible, but now Rundong actually has the clear because there's only 5 health left. Groundshaker just hits right into it, and then you just play a 7/10 that your opponent has no stats on board to deal with. So big mistake there coming out from Alvar in what would have been a very good clear.
Oh, I don't know if I like that. I kind of like it on the left. What about you? What do you think?
I don't mind this just because he's trying to push damage to the orb. He's trying to end the game before the Soul Eaters come down and catch Alvar back up into the game. Yeah, because Rundong is probably not running any removal in this deck, so you have to end the game before the Soul Eaters come down.
Yeah. Probably just hit and then Wrangler. Yep. And just get maximum value out of that Spirit before you hit in.
Yep. Deepwood Stalker now up to a 6/8, which means it will survive fighting into the Walking Fortress here.
Groundshaker, very, very scary for Alvar. Oh boy.
Baron Thulgar could come down here, can get the discount from the Bold Bargainer. Probably has the better upside in Rundong's deck than it does in Alvar's, but if it hits onto a Soul Eater, that's going to be really bad.
Oh, if that was on Windfall,
couldn't chain the discounts together.
Yeah. Let's see how lucky Rundong is feeling today.
Alvar currently sitting on all the lands necessary for Soul Eater, so definitely going for the draw. attack in, and he gets a Bloom Sprite, and Rundong gets a Ground Shaker for free. That's pretty big. So Alvar probably just Bloom Sprite and Aridin come down this turn, just throw more at the board at this point. Yep. Just really waiting for that first Soul Eater. It's going to be massive.
Absolutely. And if Rundong is not playing any sort of transformation, I would imagine Phantasm? But not sure what Rundong drew. Oh, the Hellfire. Ooh, that could be really big this turn. Oh, I think you wait. Do you wait, or do you just play Shaker here? Yeah, you play Shaker.
I think you do it. Yep. I think you play both Ground Shaker and the Hellfire.
Really,
It deals 2 to the Aridin, and then the other 7 to the Orb.
Wow. Huge turn from Rundong. And missing out on the Weeping Idol. That would have been so big.
Yeah, that would have been a massive amount of Faeria generated
that's like rubbing salt in the wound. Getting it from the Bloom Sprite.
Well, we've talked about many other cards that were involved in the balance patch earlier this week. Weeping Idol just wanted to make an appearance.
Leia, probably the best card that you could be drawing other than Soul Eater right now. Definitely, Alvar, definitely looking for that Soul Eater. Probably going to end up playing Leia as well. Or Weeping Idol and Leia.
Yeah, you can actually play both. Weeping Idol basically just body blocking for the Spirit of Rebirth, so that Leia dying gets the buff onto the Deepwood Stalker. Deepwood Stalker currently sitting at a 3/5, so next turn will go to 4. Could be an impactful attack range to get to, but it's more important to get it up to the 6 life where it then survives into most of these creatures.
I would imagine that you just hit the Idol and just die, you know? Just save up for Windfall. Probably +1. Yeah, +1, hit into the Idol, and then just pass. Definitely don't play Shaker here, I don't think.
I'm trying to think if there's any reason to hit into Leia this turn, but I don't see one.
No, I don't think so.
Because if you hit into Leia, the Ground Shaker dies, so then you never clear the Weeping Idol.
Yep.
And the fact that you're playing things like Ground Shaker, like Hellfire, that actually can generate value for Alvar with the Weeping Idol, plus the fact that it then would have the Shimmering Statue alive for this production.
Oh boy. What's it gonna be?
It's still going.
Oh my.
21. And he can play it this turn as well.
Cannot do it aggressively, but he can indeed play it. Can't quite get it to hit face. But this is where Divine Guardian really shines.
You can place a land directly in front
of
the
I see. Oh.
But I do like this as well. There is no way that Rundong clears this efficiently.
No.
So the fact that you could use it to clear 1 or 2 creatures and then go up the board to end the game is really nicely played from Alvar. There's just no way Rundong deals with this. He's going to get an extra turn again because of the Divine Guardian. Alvar either has to kill the Guardian and then go face, or go face twice. But it is going to be enough.
Yeah, without Frogify, Rundong not going to be able to do anything about this.
Yeah, and there's the well played. Rundong knows that it's just an eventuality at that point. It may be 3 or 4 turns away, but Alvar will eventually take the game with that Soul Eater and does take the 3rd place match here.
All right, and with that, we are ready to start the grand finals. The last match of the day. Both players seem to be ready, so let's hop right into it. Wow, that's a lot of red.
That is a lot of red coming through.
Literally almost mirror matches. Almost, like, I'm sure that they're almost the same lists. I could be wrong, but...
The first one looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
The second lists are obviously very different. The third list looks like S is running potentially Leia in it, and not one card of something that Sunekichi's running in his. And then the ending lists are both very similar as well, just potentially Emperor's Commands coming in from ESofDawn's side. Looks like, yeah, both are potentially Scourge Flame lists just because of the extra cards that are in there. Very interesting match this is going to be. Sunekichi has dropped 1 game over the course of the day to Alvar in the semifinals, and ESofDawn is yet to drop a game. He has gone 2-0 in each of his early rounds, then he went 3-0 over Minokaro and 3-0 over Rundong. So this is potentially going to be whoever drops a game first, maybe just loses the whole thing because they were doing so well with whatever their starting deck was each time.
Yeah, ESofDawn putting on a great show for us today. Like Skorch said, not dropping a game. It's, you know, even in opens, it's not easy to do that. And ESofDawn has some pretty formidable opponents today, so definitely a pretty big feat.
Yeah, we see Sunekichi having his red band away and the red-yellow band for ESofDawn, so interesting decisions to start off with. Sunekichi looked like it was his yellow list that we saw earlier on. Generated a lot of value with this deck. And ESofDawn starting with his red
Rush, probably?
the bombs or Blood Song in it.
Yeah, probably Rush, I would imagine. I think I've seen him play this before. It's just, I mean, you see the Queen's Guard, you have to assume it's probably Rush. Yeah, and the Blood Song kind of helping with the sort of expensive red cards.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting card to include because when you are the rush player, when you're on the front foot, you don't really care about your own life total. It's generally why we've seen Shaitan Demon be played in yellow rush or yellow tempo. You're always wanting to be on the front foot, keep your opponent away from your orb by playing towards theirs. Yeah. So the fact that your orb is taking damage, you don't really care about because you're not under any threat of being raced. Bloodsong fits very easily into red for the same reasons. If you're going to take that extra damage, you don't really care because that lets you play more creatures out onto the board and keep the pressure up on your opponent's side.
Exactly. And ESofDawn in a little bit of a weird spot here. I mean, he still has the Queen's Guard this turn, but he cannot get max value from the Axe Grinder, and Sunekichi is probably going to block his aggressive lands. I would imagine. Just make as many lands as possible. And we see, we see the air elementals now performing better than they have been. And Sunekichi does have the clear on it with the Soul Drain and the follow-up with another air elemental to also block the aggressive Axe Grinder spot. So very, very, very good start for Sunekichi.
Yeah, generally at this point in the game, because you do want to continue to play lands, you would go for something like the Windborn Emissary.
Right.
Sunekichi in that spot could have gone for the +1 because the creature that he's then going to play generates that land that he would have otherwise created off the power wheel. So
right.
Interesting decisions to be made around that turn. But does go for the Emissary instead. That should get the collection for this turn and then get the Air Elemental down.
Oof.
All right, one discount onto the Ground Shaker is pretty good for ESofDawn, meaning you should be able to play it almost any turn. Does lose 1 value off of the max potential by having 2 buffs come down onto that Axe Grinder instead of 1 onto each Axe Grinder. But actually, he lost 3 onto that. Bloodsong is 4.
Yeah, he lost 3.
2 Faeria discounts, and the Axe Grinder got hit 3 times.
He will be able to play the Shaker this turn, but it's not great. I mean, he can get that aggressive land, but
I think it's very tempting to +1 into Queen's Guard here.
Yeah, I think it is.
Just to keep Kaleem in space. The fact that the defending against Rush, if you can get a creature out into space, double collect, and have that economy so that you can then keep up into the Rusher's creatures, be able to continuously reinforce in behind with your own creatures, you're able to control the game so much more. So if ESofDawn in this situation is able to hold Kaleem in that position, keep him, even though it's single collecting, you're able to eventually deal with it and stop your opponent from having their economy set up. It might be worth going for here.
Yeah, ESofDawn taking his sweet time with his decision. Might be considering the Axe Grinder on the well on the left, but
you could also go for the Ground Shaker on the same space that I'm referring to of playing the Queen's Guard on that mountain directly beside Kaleem, because that deals the 1 damage as well as Ground Shaker having 5 attack, represents killing Kaleem, and it would be within range of wherever Kaleem would want to move to. But that does allow Sunekichi to collect twice, which is, like I mentioned, something you want to avoid your opponent doing in this situation. And if Kaleem just moves up and collects off the top well, that means ESofDawn would have to create another land next turn to step the Ground Shaker back and attack into it, which is kind of counterproductive to what you want.
Yep. Yeah, Sunekichi did very well to prevent ESofDawn's aggressive lands. Normally you don't see yellow build like this, but I mean he did have the air elemental early, so he recognized that it was going to be a rush of some kind, so he just defended against it. With his lands, so very well done. As best as as best that he could.
Yeah, Air Elemental still in hand here means just another creature coming out onto the board. Again, can defend these lands. Something that we also talk about sometimes in defending against Rush is if you're able to set up in a situation like this, where you have pushed your lands up to meet your opponent's aggressive ones, as long as you can then contain their creatures, you can stop them actually from getting their creatures within range of your orb, at least for a turn. That whenever they play a creature, gives you an extra turn to react before they're actually putting the pressure on.
Exactly.
And representing getting you lower and lower towards ending the game.
Yeah, it's kind of overlooked how defending against Rush, you don't necessarily need taunt, but if you can position your creatures correctly and, prioritize collection and prioritize blocking your face, taking, letting yourself take damage to get a little bit ahead, it takes practice to play against Rush, and I think Sunekichi, has nearly mastered that. So will be interesting to see what ESofDawn chooses to hit into.
I think he's going to go for the Blood Song. The max value here is getting both of these creatures down, but there is the potential that you lose value again, so maybe just goes for the Ground Shaker to ensure that a creature gets played this turn rather than going for the Blood Song and hoping.
See the champion come out, but it won't quite be enough. I think you can just take the trade with the Queen's Guard.
Yeah, I actually don't mind going for the champion and Flashwind afterwards and taking Kaleem either over to the bottom left or even to the top left. The way that ESofDawn has played this out with his Ground Shaker means that he's going for, I need to kill Kaleem. But if it's not able to, if you're able to move Kaleem away from that trade, then it's a Ground Shaker out in the middle of nowhere,
yeah, it's not doing anything. Yeah, exactly. It's just caught in the open. I mean, it's not in the wells. It's only going to single collect, and it's not posing any threat to hitting your face at all. And it's just going to sit there all game and slowly walk towards your orb while you're hitting face for 3 and getting aggressive land. So hitting the Queen's Guard and then champion and Flashwind could be a really, really good line. And then you even have the champion with the Spirit Theft possible on the Shaker.
It looks like he's just going to have its own natural movement.
Yep.
Is he going to go for the orb here?
Yep.
All right, going to start the race.
Like, what is ESofDawn going to do about that?
The only thing that this does here, although it does 3 extra damage this turn, the champion isn't within range to hit the orb with the extra burst that could come out on the follow-up. But this does represent being, that little chip damage over time and then move the champion up. Like we mentioned, the Ground Shaker being really in no man's land in terms of putting the pressure onto your orb. The Queen's Guard is exactly the same. The only difference here is that now ESofDawn can potentially go for like a mountain in behind all of Sunekichi's lands and play the Axe Grinder, but it's still going to be more than enough damage coming through from Sunekichi over the next couple turns before ESofDawn's even able to hit the orb.
Yeah, and that champion is really pesky for ESofDawn. It can value trade the 3/2. It can value trade the 3/2 and then hit the Ground Shaker, and then Sunekichi can theft it to not only get that 1 life back, but also take the Ground Shaker. So just very, very good lines from Sunekichi upcoming. See the other Queen's Guard sort of stepping back, ESofDawn recognizing his predicament and adapting. Now,
yeah, and I mean that pressure means that the Queensguard and the Axe Grinder kind of have to come down defensively here,
right,
where they're played towards creatures, not towards hitting the orb.
And it's really awkward because now ESofDawn is having to split up his resources, which is not something you want to be doing in a rush list. You want to be going, Smork 100% of the time, as often as possible. And when you're, wasting cards, time, and Faeria, defending, it probably won't turn out that well. But we'll see. I mean, maybe Sunekichi, can't draw a movement trick to get that champion out. I mean, maybe you draw here, actually. I'm not sure.
I think the draw,
Yeah.
there's not really a great play that you can go for with Spirit Thefts just by themselves.
I mean, Wind Soldier is amazing here. I mean, you clear the Grinder, you clear the 3/2, and you set up, to clear whatever you want, essentially. But
to be fair, on this turn, you can push just a little bit of damage with Kaleem's follower, and Kaleem potentially doesn't die, depending on the way that ESofDawn draws. I think he has to play a land. Oh, it does go for the double Spirit Theft, so now Kaleem doesn't die, and that means that follower plus...
Oh, now it does. Do you hit into that, though? Do you just hit in a Wrath, or do you take the free Faeria and draw? Or you can't draw if you're going to hit the follower, but... Do you just draw here?
I think you draw, because I think you're actually just attacking Kaleem and wrathing the follower.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if he draws another Wrath, then that's really good, but...
If you clear Kaleem, you're still dead, unless you create a land that steps over and blocks the follower. But that doesn't end up representing doing anything about the champion over the next turn. You eventually kill Kaleem. You still don't have anything to deal with that. Really awkward for ESofDawn right now.
Yeah, very awkward. I think he's going to have to draw here. Unless he wants to step his Grinder back, but...
And he is going to go for that.
Yep.
And again, this is all down to the fact that the way Sunekichi's early lands were set up, all of ESofDawn's creatures were that much further away from the orb. If everything was within space to hit the orb on one turn, ESofDawn actually could get ahead in the race here. If Groundshaker and Axe Grinder had been able to hit the orb this turn, it would have represented a 2-turn clock where Sunekichi then has to come back and react defensively because he doesn't win that race.
Yep.
The fact that everything was pushed so far away,
And
that's game.
GG, yep.
Yeah, that's going to be game. The Flashwind can move the Queensguard over to the side. Both these creatures can hit the orb, and Sunekichi takes it in a very well-defended game.
Yes, against Red Rush, no less. So very well done to Sunekichi. That is, was that the first game that S lost today?
That was, yes, the first game of the day that ESofDawn lost. And we will see what he counters with for game number 2. We, of course, saw ESofDawn earlier on in the day play Blue Reaver. And he still has that deck available, and looks like he is going to go to that.
I would. Reaver is still very strong. See what it can do against Sunekichi's yellow.
Windborne Emissary is not a bad start for Sunekichi here. Just get something out onto the board. ESofDawn getting that early Water Elemental is absolutely massive for Reaver.
Yes, very, very good. And I mean, Emissary is okay for Sunekichi, but I think Water Ellie is a little bit better on the blue side.
And the fact that ESofDawn is player 2, meaning he can get the Explorer, get the Water Elemental down on turn 1. So massive.
Mm-hmm. Blowfly is okay for Sunekichi, but going to be hard to break through ESofDawn and lay a very good pickup.
does end up a little awkward here because the water elemental has jumped, so you'd like to really extend down and get it double collecting on the left side here, but do want to get Leia down and then decide where you're going to go next.
See the standard yellow land building from Sunekichi. What does the world have to say this game? Oh boy.
That's actually a really good Wavecrafter, I think.
You think?
Yeah, if you go for Wavecrafter here, you force your opponent to have either Last Nightmare to kill it off, which is an investment of Faeria before you need to have the Last Nightmares reserved for Dream Reavers later on in the game. If your opponent doesn't have that removal, you've used all your Faeria, so then you gain the 3 back up on your turn. If your opponent doesn't use all of theirs, you end up denying a lot here. So the fact that Sunekichi now has 11 Faeria in hand, if he didn't have Last Nightmare and he didn't have potentially like 2 creatures to play out, he could lose anywhere between like 5 and 8 Faeria on this turn.
Well, what about just Desert on the right, Bloatfly, or like step up with the Emissary, hit Leia, theft it, and Bloatfly behind, right? Or I can't champion. I don't think you Nightmare that. Yeah, you just hit it. Yeah.
You're going to attack in, though. So Bloatfly comes down for 2. You now can't Spirit Theft.
Oh, no, he should have done it first, right? And maybe he just wanted to clear it. Did he not want to steal Leia? I don't see... I think that...
Even still, if you go for Spirit Theft and Leia, that was 5 Faeria invested, Sunekichi would be at 4 here, and he would have lost 1 Faeria by keeping the 6/6 alive.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right.
So the fact that you would lose 1 as well as your opponent then gaining 3 is a pretty big swing on Wavecrafter. So the fact that it is Wavecrafter being 6, Last Nightmare being 6, and it's an equal trade of Faeria in that resource, I think you're fine to just do it that way.
Right. Yeah, getting rid of that Bloatfly was pretty important. I spoke too soon. Probably going to see a +1 into a Herald here, realistically, above the Shimmering Statue.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a way for Sunekichi to get a land for a Bloatfly where it opens up multiple corrupt avenues. But even still, you can go for a draw here and then play the Bloatfly, because then next turn you could potentially play the 5th Desert if you need it to play the champion next turn. But drawing gives you more options, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you already have the Bloatfly, you might as well draw. Or
I mean, I don't mind getting the 5th Desert in this turn just to play the champion, because it is a 5/5. It represents being, a big threat onto the board before your opponent has the resources to actually deal with it. And then you can draw next turn instead. It just ends up being kind of the other order around.
Commander is okay here. What do you think on the right? Or do you think you just play Herald, collect, or something? Sunekichi did well to move the 3/3 out of the way. So
yeah, Herald seems really good. If you go for Commander, it can get value traded. The Water Elemental is probably what's going to get value traded, so maybe you just need double collection on the right side. I think ESofDawn is debating on Commander draw, because if you go for Commander and it gets the trigger to get up to a 5/3, it can clear the Commander, and then you can just jump the Water Elemental over to the right side. But I like the consistency of +1 Herald.
Yeah. Even though your Water Ellie gets cleared, it's still... Oh, boy.
Draw for Library is really good.
Probably going to see Commander come out now. Just somewhere. Probably to the right of the orb. Yep. Very good.
This is really nice.
Yeah.
The Commander just below the Shimmering Statue means that it potentially represents being open to the board and actually being able to either go clear or collect next turn. But any movement ability, and the champion would have been able to get in and actually clear the library, and denied ESofDawn a lot of value. So being putting the Commander in this position where the only angle that the Commander could have attacked the library is now covered, because the taunt of the Shimmering Statue holds it down below. Just so much more important for us at this point.
Yeah, and ESofDawn having an extremely heavy hand. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that's a beautiful pickup.
And
that is a beautiful pickup. Now he's able to get into that avenue,
wow.
Clear off the library, as well as reestablishing another creature down in the bottom corner here with that Blowfly.
Wow. What a draw from Sunekichi. That might have just won him the game. It definitely put him very far ahead. And
I mean, you could have just double Spirit Thefted, so that would have ended up being exactly the same. And if you didn't have, you wouldn't have had the Blowfly potentially, but then you could have played the Commander. So I think it was perfectly fine to be as it was for Sunekichi having an answer in hand. It wasn't like he needed the Soul Drain exactly that moment.
Right.
Windborn Champion picked up does mean that if Sunekichi wants to clear the Shimmering Statue, he can champion the Herald back a space and actually get the Corrupt proc off of the Vile Bloatfly.
Wait. Where would he champion the Herald?
If you clear the Shimmering Statue.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I mean, he could also make a land, but you might, you don't need to. Do you just go face here? I mean, if ESofDawn hadn't,
you could clear the Herald with the champion, the champion, and then Spirit Theft on the Herald, +1, and just play Ancient Herald yourself. I think it only ever hits your final Windborn Champion, but that's still fine.
Yep, he's gonna go for it. He's going to be able to +1 into a Herald, possibly. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, the collection and then +1 into another Blowfly.
Oh my god.
That is an unbelievable line.
I did not even see that. What a madman. I think now ESofDawn is about ready to play that library. But there is only one safe tile to play it. Well, 2, if he moves the Water Elemental, but will only be safe for about 1 turn. And if Sunekichi draws a movement trick, I'm not sure that ESofDawn will be able to come back in this game. Very heavy hand again. The Radiance and the Aurora's Dream and Beirut. Library should be helping with that, but he has to get it on the board first. It's not an easy feat against yellow with mobility.
And there is a library played exactly as you mentioned.
Yep.
Water Elemental should move over and collect. It dies no matter where you try to move it to, so...
Yeah.
Very, very awkward for S to try to gain any value through his cards right now.
Yep.
There's just so much coming out for Sunekichi in this position. He can clear the Shimmering Statue. He's going to step up the Bloatfly, which generates another Bloatfly again. And then he can actually create an aggressive Desert if he wants to then play another Bloatfly or the Ancient Herald aggressively.
Decent pickup on the Kaleem, but nothing too crazy. Probably going to be a draw here.
I kind of don't mind letting the library live this turn. You, of course, want to go for a draw again to try to find a movement ability, but the fact that you can, go for the Bloatflies in this order and then get an aggressive Desert looks so much more important than trying to draw to find the potential to kill the library on that turn.
And Ninja Toad, I'm not sure that ESofDawn can come back in this game. There's just so much. But it's a possibility, I think.
He does have a play along the lines of... Yeah, you'll collect for it. So the collection from the Ninja Toad takes you up to enough to Gabriel Enchantress on the champion down to a 2/2 and then command it. So then your Ninja Toad survives. But it's just a lot of resources invested there. So doesn't end up going for a play like that, but just everything else in his hand is so heavy, like you've mentioned. Dream and Beru coming off the Spell Whirls. He's never been able to gather enough Faeria to be able to be even close to playing either of those cards.
He's thinking, and I would imagine his only option is probably Reaver here, and that Water Elemental is not what he wanted to see. Going to see an aggressive land, probably a Kaleem's Follower, and a clear on the library. Oh boy.
Flashwind picked up as well. Could go for a Flashwind and move Kaleem back a space so it collects, and then you could potentially play the Ancient Herald if you wanted. More damage coming through to the orb here. 13 I don't think is going to be enough that Sunekichi can end the game next turn, so he will have to be a little careful for what life total he sets ESofDawn to play around Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, what is that? Like, maximum could be like 9, right? He can hit face with 9 next turn?
Yeah, with what he has on the board, next turn he would hit for 8 because the bloatflies are... I guess you could use a Flashwind and move the bloatflies within range and deal 9. But the fact that 9 is the max that he has on board, at least currently, unless he finds something like a Soul Drain onto his own follower and then set up more damage that way, just means you attack in with 1 or 2 creatures next turn to set your opponent somewhere around something like 7 to 10 health, so Radiance doesn't get a huge amount of value.
You could even just hit with Kaleem. Just hit once. And then just set up. You'd have to hit twice.
You have to hit with 2, yeah. I think it'll either be about 8 or 9 that Sunekichi will set ESofDawn to.
Yeah.
Emissary picked up does increase the range because you have a lot of flying creatures. I think it increases it to 11. So he could just attack with potentially just like the Bloatfly. That being said, if Radiance is what you're expecting your opponent to play next turn, do you need to play more? I don't think so. You could go Air Elemental and Emissary, so you have that 1 extra damage, but...
Well, I mean, the command is also in hand. And, I mean, Sunekichi is doing small amounts of damage, like, theoretically, but... I think Sunekichi is trying to figure out and do the math on where he's going to leave S here.
Yeah, exactly. And ESofDawn has actually done a really good job to set this up. Right. He's recognized that Sunekichi is going to take a couple turns to be able to kill him. So he's gone for the lake on the far side, which means Radiance next turn, use the dash to get in close to the orb, and then hope that over the next 2 turns you draw your Dream Reaver, and then you still have enough Faeria to play Dream Reaver as well as having the Radiance right beside the orb for that 2-turn kill. So Sunekichi, recognizing that as well, goes for 2 creatures down in the bottom corner here so that that dash angle is completely absorbed.
Oh boy. Okay, how does ESofDawn win this?
It is Lake on the far side,
on the right,
by the bottommost Bloatfly. Radiance from there.
Oh, I hope he plays it in the well. He did not play it in the well.
And I think you still have to command, but you heal for 8 up to 16, so no, you actually don't even have to command here.
Yep, you save. Oh boy. This is really bad. This is really bad for Sunekichi now.
No, there actually still is enough damage left behind here to kill Radiance, but it still is very close.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, because the Flashwind.
You can attack the Air Elemental in as well as having the Flashwind to get the Herald over, and then you have Spirit Theft for Radiance left over. But I do like going for the command here.
Oh my goodness. That. Wow. Wow.
Nothing drawn of use off the spell world.
That's it, isn't that game?
Is there any way? No. Okay, so you instead now Flashwind Radiance back a space and create a land there so that you can continue to body block every single turn. And you still deal, I think it's 8 damage to the...
Yeah.
You deal 8
I mean, he'll be able to command... Oh no, he already used it. ESofDawn has to draw another command.
Already used the Emperor's command, yep. very smartly onto the creature as well. He didn't need the extra healing. He just needed his Radiance to survive.
Wait. Can't ESofDawn? No, I was gonna say, can't ESofDawn Reaver himself for like a 1 damage, but that doesn't make sense. Yep.
Beautifully spotted by Sunekichi. Does go for that. So he's going to then create a desert and
play anything. Yeah.
Any creature onto that spot, and then everything else moves back towards killing off Radiance. And then you still swing with everything that's up at the aggressive spot into the orb. And I think that secures it.
Oof. Very close, yeah.
Most damage in for 9 this turn, and the other Blowfly moves back defensively as well.
Wow. I think ESofDawn has to Reaver himself to stay in this game.
Reaver does give you 1 extra turn.
Yep, that's he has to.
But then you go down to 1, you +1 to 2. Going for the library is basically just conceding the game at this point. Frogify found, but it's not going to be enough. And Sunekichi takes game number 2, putting himself on championship point. ESofDawn will be down to his final deck. He'll try to start the reverse sweep, start the comeback with green-yellow sack, it looks like.
Oh boy.
That was phenomenally played by both players.
Yeah, absolutely. ESofDawn almost brought it back with Sunekichi, able to stay level-headed and realized what he, noticed what was happening, realized what ESofDawn was trying to do, and successfully countered it.
Yeah, exactly. ESofDawn going for that type of play because he recognized how slowly it was, like how many turns he was going to have, and then Sunekichi, once he recognized what the out was, played to defend against it.
Yep.
And then the command from ESofDawn as well was super heads up because he recognized the damage that was there with potentially a Spirit Theft could have been enough to kill Radiance. Just unbelievably well played by both players. Now into game number 3. Sunekichi with a very good start again, has the Drake Rider and the movement so it can become aggressive very early on, as well as having the Air Elemental to eventually get towards Champion.
ESofDawn picking up the Aridin, very nice pickup. Could even be worth saving the Aridin to get max, or I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? I don't know, I thought it was the Emissary, but don't think that you Choking Sands that.
No, definitely want to save Choking Sands for something like a Bone Collector.
Yeah.
No Bone Collector picked up here, no Spirit of Rebirth either, but is going to be able to start the sacrifices going a little bit and get a lot of value from Aridin being the first creature that has died.
Yep. Maximum Aridin value. Don't see that every day.
Flashwind picked up as well here. It does mean that
could we see
Sunekichi goes for the clear.
We could see a proc. But you'd have to Choking Sand the 2-1, which is...
No, you can just... I think you can just trade into it.
Oh, you think? Yeah. Just go on the right side, probably.
You can just wait another turn if you wanted, but...
Yeah. See if Sunekichi... Or see if ESofDawn plays something worth... Yep.
Yeah, I really like this. And then the Windborn Champion can come down again. This is actually a matchup where the yellow player can be very aggressive early on. Yeah. So I like that Sunekichi's pushing up the board because you don't want to allow your opponent to just sit back and get their sacrifice value going. Even though generally, throughout the course of the day, we've talked about how yellow flyers just wants to control the board, double collect every single turn, get a lot of value out of that. But in this type of matchup, you actually do want to play it a little more aggressive because your opponent is actually able to outvalue you in the long run.
Do you Stalker the 4-2 and just take 5 here? Or do you just step
probably because if you attack in... Yeah, so this attack leaves a 1-1 left behind, which then represents killing the 5-1. So going for the Deepwood Stalker is really good as well because then you can test that side.
I mean, we could just... Yeah, I suppose. Yep. Nice. ESofDawn playing his entire hand of tiny creatures in an attempt to pull this back, but
Windborn Emissary is a good pickup for Sunekichi as the follow-up.
Yep.
Anything worth going for here? You actually could go... I think you clear the 1/1 with the champion, even though the move is kind of awkward. You collect off the top right, Fanatic, the champion over and clear the 1/1, and then the 5/1 hits into the Demon Wing. Oh, that is a great card to find.
Wow. Okay.
Only kind of issue with it is you don't really want to go to 4 forests, but it is worth playing. So we do see a movement come out the other way around, still getting that 5/1 that was left over from the Drake Rider to clear the 5/2 Demon Wing, representing just taking value trades for Sunekichi here.
That is probably one of the best cards. I mean, other than like a bigger green card, obviously, that ESofDawn could have gotten from Bloomsprite. I mean, a very good card from Bloomsprite.
The best options are buffs because they're almost always free.
Yep.
Cheap creatures that you can continue to use as sacrifice targets, or something big like this, like I don't know, Verduran Force.
Runin even.
Runin would be another very good one because you're already going to 3 forests. So just something big for cheap.
Absolutely. And
there is very good clear here for Sunekichi using the Last Nightmare, but that will be one Last Nightmare gone for the potential Soul Eaters once they come out. But it is a situation where Sunekichi could go for potentially Last Nightmare and then jump the Fanatic forward, Flashwind it to clear the 3/1 that's remaining of the Deepwood Stalker, and then clear the 1/1 with the champion.
Oof.
Just trying to value trade absolutely everything he can.
Yep. That could come back and actually bite Sunekichi in the future, unless Sunekichi trusts himself to play fast enough to win, and it's looking like he is, in a really, really good position right now. Village Elder comes out. Really, really good draw, but I think he's going to need a little bit more than that.
It is worth noting as well, the Soul Eater is an extra turn delayed because ESofDawn went for the 4th forest to play Dwardia there, and now an extra turn delayed because he went for the draw.
Oh boy.
Another Windborn Champion picked up means you can just trade into one of these creatures on the right.
I think you just step back, step out, go collect, and just play the healthy one on the well. What do you think?
Do you need to?
I mean, you definitely don't choking either of those.
Because that makes sense. Yeah, you would pull the champion back just by its normal movement. You're taking the value trade on the left, and you've now quad collected this turn.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it's like there's no reason to trade it. I mean, you can maybe they play a Demon Wrangler and you can get more value or something. And Sunekichi knows that he has a few turns until Soul Eater comes out, even if ESofDawn did draw it. So he is sitting very happily right now, and he always has that center tile open, unless Village Elder steps there. But probably going to see the Village Elder played in the middle. Or step in the middle, either way.
Yeah, just blocking everything onto the orb here. Leia does come down in a position where it potentially could get value traded.
Double theft?
Double theft is actually really good. If you go for double theft, you can then hit the 5/2 into... Oh, no, you don't quite have enough to do everything. I was thinking there was an absolute, full clear that you could have had possible there, but didn't end up lining up. But yeah, this is really good for Sunekichi, able to get that value trade again to have Leia die off into that.
Just gonna go face probably Drake. Oh,
no, actually, he's gonna trade and then Spirit Theft. So it was a full clear.
Okay, it was a
so
full clear.
You deny the buff from Elderwood Hermit as well as then generating yourself another creature. Would have liked to have seen him play it, but.
Oh, we see the Embrace pulled off of Bloomsprite. Wow. Nice clear on the champion for ESofDawn. That's all he can do, but that's all he needed to do that turn. Prevent the damage. And probably going to see the Drake Rider on the right well to double collect and... Oh. He'll still be... he won't be able to proc. I kind of like Drake Rider on the right side. Yeah, and then you can just Flash Wind, proc, clear the statue, and stand on that land. And open
17,
up...
17 coming up from the Soul Eater. Yeah, the positioning of the Drake Rider there was kind of awkward almost no matter what you do.
Right.
You could have gone for it on the right side because you have the movement, then you proc it and proc the Corrupt and kill a Shimmering Statue. Going for it on this side means Sunekichi was more likely going for some type of, I'm going to Flash Wind and actually go to the orb with it. But the fact that you're dealing basically 4 damage a turn because the Shimmering Statue is still alive, the only kind of downside is that the Drake Rider would have been very contained by the taunt, whereas over here it's free to move anywhere on the board at once, depending on what ESofDawn plays.
And ESofDawn still 1 turn away from the Soul Eater. Not quite what he wants.
But not necessarily a bad thing. If he gets a couple more creatures to die, then the Soul Eater gets to 1-shot potential. And there was already 1 Last Nightmare used, so you're expecting there's a less chance that Sunekichi has one of those in hand currently.
Right. Yeah, so ESofDawn not hitting into the... Okay, going for the buff. Avoiding the Choking Sands clear. Very nicely done. And we'll probably see the Flash Wind come out. Maybe not. Possibly just rotate to the right.
Because S went for the desert, the Drake Rider has to pass over that desert if it wants to go up into the top right corner, but that still will not proc its corruptibility.
Yeah. Very awkward Drake Rider. And ESofDawn looking...
I think you still go for that play. You probably pull the Drake Rider all the way over to the... Is it worth doing the Flash Wind for that? Maybe you just leave it where it is and you put Kaleem down.
Yeah, on the right, maybe.
Pass.
Well, the thing... I mean, maybe, but I think the best thing that Sunekichi could do is maybe reposition his Drake Rider to block the Soul Eater until he draws Nightmare. Because ESofDawn can only really go 2 places with his next desert, yeah? He can only go like in the middle or below his current desert, but I think that Sunekichi is going to try to get aggressive, which I do like.
I think he potentially was looking for a Soul Drain there, because then he could have gone for Elderwood Hermit down, Soul Drain the Hermit, so your Drake Rider gets another buff up to 7. Potentially was something that he was looking for on that turn, but it at least gets to a 5-6 where it's out of range of dying to the Deepwood Stalker right away.
Right. But
I just don't know how this Soul Eater is going to be answered. It's coming down as almost 1-shot potential. It's not, a 1-turn kill coming out from ESofDawn, so there is that little bit more time for Sunekichi to react. Right. But it's still a 17-17 that you need a Last Nightmare for.
Yep. And every turn that goes by that Sunekichi does not draw the Nightmare is a turn that ESofDawn is getting more value from that Soul Eater. Just clearing everything on Sunekichi's board, or just going face and getting a Wind Soldier.
Yeah, I mean, not even to that extent. It's every turn that he doesn't have the Last Nightmare is also another turn for ESofDawn to find his next Soul Eater. Right. If it was Last Nightmare right here and you're able to push potentially, more and more damage to the orb, you represent hopefully killing your opponent before they're able to find the next Soul Eater that then ends the game.
And that's all about, calculated risks. And, you can only do so much to read your opponent, and sometimes you just have to take a risk and go for it. But Soul Eaters and Last Nightmares, definitely the cards to watch out for this game. Everything else is kind of pales in comparison to the polarizing power of those 2 cards.
Yeah, Sunekichi really wants to draw for 1, but his backup plan is play a creature defensively, which really isn't what he wants to do. He's kind of committed to going for a race at this stage. So you potentially want to just set up another desert aggressively and Kaleem up there, but it looks like he's just going to go for the double creature play instead.
Yep. Definitely go face there. get as much damage in as possible, and continue making creatures. Soul Eater can only hit one creature per turn, so I would imagine we see the clear on the 5/6 and probably a draw or some smaller creatures.
Trying to think of the max burst that Sunekichi can find out of his deck. I think there's one champion left. Potentially could line up something nice with the Windborn Emissaries here, but Wind Soldier's a great pickup to clear this one at least.
I think he's going to wait. I think he's thinking he can get more value out of the Wind Soldier. He has the Wind Soldier Demon Wrangler. He could just value trade on the left and then Demon Wrangler if he wants. But don't know how great that would be.
Had to move the Soul Eater back a space to go for that trade, so now he also doesn't have something like the Soul Eater plus Wind Soldier to end the game.
Yeah.
There is that last Nightmare picked up, but now Sunekichi's creatures are far enough away from the orb that it's not, enough this turn.
Right. So, is it even worth nightmaring that? You still have to go through 2 more Soul Eaters. That's only 1 Soul Eater. First Soul Eater ESofDawn played 17-17. Very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, but now the window's open again. Sunekichi has to find a way through before the next Soul Eater comes down. So I think it is still worth going for clearing there, just because you also don't have enough stats with your creatures on board to actually clear that off. We saw that a couple games so far throughout the day where a green-yellow sack versus green-yellow sack, and the players were able to have enough stats to actually clear one of the Soul Eaters without removal. There's that next one. 18-18.
Still in range of the Wind Soldier lethal if executed correctly.
I think we also know from what we've seen earlier on in the day, of course not from ESofDawn, but just from other green-yellow sack decks that we've seen, that there's not really any movement run in the current variations, not running any Flash Winds, not running any Fanatics. So it's not like ESofDawn will be able to maneuver some way with this Soul Eater to get around the Bloatfly if Sunekichi just plays to body block.
It's only a matter of time before Sunekichi either runs out of creatures or runs out of Faeria to play them in front of his orb, though. I mean, he's got a few turns, but that Bloatfly is not proccing, so it's not getting its maximum value. It hasn't even collected. That's just a Bloatfly. And that 3 damage is not doing anything except for stall. I mean, I guess it is stalling, until you find the Nightmare, but Sunekichi only has 1 Nightmare left, and ESofDawn has another Soul Eater. So it could set up, by the time that Soul Eater dies, I bet enough creatures would have died. 2 more creatures and it's a 20-20. You don't even need the Wind Soldier lethal anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
it
literally
can just be a one-shot at that point.
There's literally just not enough damage. I don't think there's enough damage left in Sunekichi's deck stat-wise to clear that Soul Eater. So Sunekichi has to be pushing face 100% here.
This is actually a really nice line found by Sunekichi thanks to the second Soul Drain, because he can use Kaleem's Follower if he wants just to be that body block. And if ESofDawn then uses the Soul Eater to go aggressive and clear that, then he's able to generate a Kaleem's Follower every single turn and just keep something in front. Now he's going to try to go for, again, the race with that, but I think you're right. I think this is... ESofDawn can just play defensive. When that next Soul Eater comes down, that's how you win the game.
Yep. Sunekichi just dreading that moment. ESofDawn figuring out how he wants to go about attacking. I would imagine the 3-3... I don't think the 3-3 hits in. Just hit with the 18.
Yeah, I think you just hit with the 18 and keep it where it is.
You could just go face with the Wind Soldier, right? And then just go face for 18. But I don't know.
I think you lose.
Yeah, I think you clear the 3-6 for sure.
So yeah, I think it's just play defensive. I like not moving here because then the Soul Eater's still within the correct angle to go face. Doomgate could come down just as a body block, essentially, on the Kaleem's follower.
Yep.
Kaleem's follower does 0 damage to it. So it's not like it's a free trade for your opponent. It actually cannot do anything here. Double Wind Soldier picked up is now lethal on the following turn.
Yep. Is it? Yeah, it is. You need 6.
Yes, it is. It's kind of awkward,
yeah,
but
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, you have to make the land.
You would have to go prairie below the desert, and then Wind Soldier, clear the Bloat Fly, then move your Soul Eater down, and then create the second prairie.
And then,
But then you would have the angle for both of them to attack the face, and I don't see any way that Sunekichi can come back from it. He has the Fanatic to push a little more damage to the orb, but it's not... just not enough at this stage.
He's really trying. I mean, theoretically, right? Theoretically. And no, I was going to say, if ESofDawn can't draw another, Soul Eater, and there it is.
There it is. So now he can actually go for the Wind Soldier's defensive if he wants to, and just go to punch through, because you have the one-shot Soul Eater. But if he recognizes it, there is lethal on board here.
He's looking. Yeah, he sees it, I think. He's getting there.
Yeah, that's part 1. Yep, he saw it.
Yep,
so there you go. ESofDawn will bring this back, winning game number 3.
Yep.
Potentially starting the reverse sweep and knocking Sunekichi off this yellow flyers that we had seen him previously do so well on.
Do you think we're going to see a mirror match again? Another 35-minute game? I love that, man. I'm just trying to... I mean, they both have
Burn,
it.
Which is really good. Yeah. No, Burn is too good into Sack to pass up. Everything that Sack does is small creatures that are constantly dying, especially if Sunekichi's running a version with Bloodsinger in it. Yeah. Then it's just like, all right, well, I want you to kill your creatures, and so do you, but you're going to die super quick, so...
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's too good of a matchup to pass up. Early Shed and Brood is really difficult for Green Yellow Sack to deal with. And then the follow-up of Wind Soldier, if he can find the right angle, clear something like the Spirit of Rebirth that's in hand, should be pretty easy for Sunekichi to apply pressure early on in this game.
Right.
ESofDawn with a very interesting hover there. Turn 1, a lot of times you don't think can have that much impact on the game. But the fact that ESofDawn kind of debated on which side of the board he wanted to go to, and then almost went for a forest directly in front of his own orb, kind of signaled to me that he wanted to wait a turn and see if Sunekichi would commit to a side, and then ESofDawn would commit to whichever side he was going to start his creatures on. But here, Sunekichi responds by just playing a land right in front. Because then, depending on what ESofDawn plays, Sunekichi can decide now, okay, I'm going to the side and play a little slower, or am I going straight up the middle and just get a creature right into the middle of the board as fast as possible? And he's actually going to go far side, which is super interesting. Far side here does ensure that Sunekichi will be able to find the land that will eventually become the Scourge Flame land, where you can get close enough to the orb to hit in that one spot. Very important to get that onto what we normally refer to as the Axe Grinder spot, which is either up inside the well right by the orb or the next space down, because then the Scourge Flame can collect as well as hitting the orb on that turn.
ESofDawn not drawing... I mean, he's drawing... He's not drawing anything that's speeding up his side of the match. He's drawing the right cards. I mean, Double Spirit, but if Sunekichi runs Garrett, this could be detrimental to ESofDawn, because ESofDawn has no way to proc his village or to proc his Bone Collector. So Garrett looking...
Yeah, but another Scourge Flame is not really what you want to see at this stage in the game, so ESofDawn is going to have that time. Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised that Sunekichi did go to the other side here, because you're running combat creatures, so most of the time you want them to hit other creatures and get that proc off. But Sunekichi just more going for, I want to hit your orb with my combat creatures.
Maybe Sunekichi just didn't want to take a chance with the Bone Collector. He wanted to force ESofDawn to use his own Faeria to buff his Bone Collector instead of giving it free value. I mean, obviously, you would be burning him. Sunekichi would be burning us, but maybe Sunekichi saw the Bone Collector first turn, like you mentioned, right? And he said, you know what? I'm just going to let ESofDawn use his resources to buff it. Instead of me, doing anything extra for him, I'm just going to do as much damage as possible without giving him anything. So, I mean, that's a possibility. But, like you said, normally it's probably a better idea to go to the same side, especially, like you said, combat creatures. And with the underground boss being buffed, you have a little bit more versatility and a little bit better stats. So, definitely an interesting choice from Sunekichi.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point to say of wanting him to have the correct cards rather than just smashing creatures into each other and get that Bone Collector rolling that way. Sunekichi just having a lot of his end game in hand right now. Not necessarily a bad thing because he's eventually going to get value out of these Scourge Flames, but just not really what you want in the early game here. I don't think we see anything else from Sunekichi this turn. He's waiting for another desert next turn and then go for some kind of Wind Soldier Flash Wind play, or potentially hope to find maybe a Gift of Steel, something along those lines.
ESofDawn not drawing any real answers to anything that Sunekichi not only has on the board, but is going to have in his hand or on the board in a few turns. But
Desert played, could be a Wind Soldier here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for that type of setup where you just get a couple buffs rolling onto the Bone Collector. This is going to be a lot of value for Sunekichi, though. There's just a lot of Faeria generated here where, of course, not next turn he won't have the lands for it, but 2 turns from now he could play double Scourge Flame.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to save up for. Almost positive, yep. ESofDawn having to try something here. And just attempting the race with red-yellow burn. I think that's the only option we have here.
Seifer's Wrath is a great pickup. Not quite enough that you can get the Wind Soldier and Seifer's Wrath to kill off the Bone Collector. But you can still just use that Seifer's Wrath to kill off the Village Elder, continue pushing your Shed and Brute up the side here. Seifer's Wrath this turn is 2. Brute next turn looks like it's going to be 5. Potentially Scourge Flame next turn being another 5. And then your opponent also has to attack into each of those creatures to kill them off.
Yeah.
Looks like there's lethal, I believe, in 2 turns for Sunekichi.
That layout, that Shimmering Statue is not going to be doing anything. I mean, not compared to the amount of damage that Sunekichi is going to be doing.
The big thing is, as much as Leia has the Death Touch and she can clear these creatures, they're also not... they also don't have enough attack to actually kill Leia. So even if it's Scourge Flame to the orb and get that damage in, then Leia has to attack into the Scourge Flame, and she's actually not going to die to then produce the Shimmering Statue to start healing you back up.
Right. I mean, it's healing, but it's just not enough against red-yellow. They're going to be, red-yellow can crank out insane amounts of damage every game. Like, well over 20 life, consistently. At least this version of red-yellow. So Sunekichi would, is not going to mind, I don't think, having a little bit of his damage mitigated compared to the amount that he will be doing eventually.
ESofDawn having a real hard time debating on what he wants to do here. Has creatures available that can body block, but you don't really want to use them. Deepwood Stalker, I think he just cancels the gift on. I don't think you actually use it because it's an extra 2 damage that you take.
Yeah.
And he does actually use it in the end there, so that's going to backfire because of Wind Soldier.
Yep, it's awkward, right? Like, it's Like, what? I mean, if you're ESofDawn, what do you do? You know? Training.
3/5. Do you Flash Wind?
Double Scourge Flame, possibly. Double Scourge Flame hitting face, possibly.
There is lethal this turn. No. I think it's 1 off lethal this turn. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, you still have to attack in with the Wind Soldier. So he's 4 Faeria short of it, I think. But if he was able to attack with Brute, both Scourge Flames, and have the +1 damage from Kaleem's training, that is 16, and he would have the Flash Wind to move Leia over a space.
Couldn't he just move his own creatures back after hitting or away with the Flash Wind?
Yeah, that would work as well.
Yeah. So there is lethal then, right?
Wind Soldier hits in, so then Brute goes for 5, Scourge Flame goes for 5.
And then plus training.
That's 10 Faeria. No, you still need the one extra.
Yeah. Oof.
It's 1 Faeria short.
Yep.
But that being said, it doesn't really matter because the amount of damage that he's pushing this turn then has to be cleared by creatures attacking into the creatures.
Yeah,
so the fact that Scourge Flame is...
Well, I guess that's one way to do it.
And there it is, down to 3. Even if all of these creatures were able to be cleared without taking any more burn damage, Sunekichi is running Seifer's Wrath, Flame Burst. There is more and more damage coming.
Indeed. And I think with that, there's really not much else for ESofDawn to do here. Yep. Unless he can maybe get something off the Bloom Sprite.
Feed the Forest doesn't do it.
Nope.
Not even able to play it, unfortunately.
Lands. With that, Sunekichi will take yet another open off the hands of ESofDawn and other players. Well played to Sunekichi and ESofDawn. ESofDawn had an amazing run today, as did Sunekichi, but in the end, Sunekichi's yellow lists were simply too strong.